because since you have an education, you can look at like I can put you in touch with Michael Smith. He's a genius. If you watch the documentary, he's a star in it. You'll see him. I met him. He really is that smart. So you'll have the background to understand whether he's below, like, telling you garbage or not. And I brought some sustainable engineers, PhDs from the University of Alberta with me down to Montana so that the engineers can look at the structure. And they said that yes, it was legitimate, it was good science. But if you, oh yeah, we had a biochemistry major as well with us. So if you look at it and you say you understand it, right, then Michael can give us the tips on how to build it, and we can start building it in Kenya. I have the guy who's raising $2 million. He's also doing permaculture. He's a wealthy dude. He's just awesome. I'm trying to convince him to do one too, and I'm trying to launch one in Bindar, which is the poorest farming region in India as well. And I'm trying to launch one in Nepal by Mount Everest because we're trying to do this like pizza thing, vegan pizza thing there. The climate change thing is very big. So, oh shoot, Yosef, I wanted to chat with you a little bit more, but do you still have the same email? Can you put your email in the chat here just in case?
It's the same email, yeah. I still get your email.
Oh, you still okay? I still get that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
My email's been blocked by my university, so I'm not sure who's getting what anymore.
Okay.
Darn it, Yusuf. Okay, so I'll send you an email about this, and yeah, if you want to help out, you were amazing, man. Like you were really, really good at these, and you had the perfect energy for it. I'd really be blessed if you could help out here, even to make the video. So I'll send you a couple of things, and sorry, I should have invited you in a little bit sooner. I kind of just assumed you're gonna be here for another hour. Okay, Joseph.
Everything has its own pace and timing, and I respect that.
Okay, well, I'll send you an email right before I start cooking tonight, and yeah, I can't wait to chat more and see what happened to you in like the last year or two. Like,
Yeah, sure. I'll update you on that.
yeah, like I don't know how your piloting has gone. Obviously, my brother is like freaking out. Like the piloting is just being destroyed here. They're on strike.
Yeah.
The AI is taking over everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to know what your thoughts are just on that part too.
Okay, of course, definitely, 100%, and I'll let you know.
Okay, fantastic seeing you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, the next year, whenever you can come back in. But
Yeah.
wow,
Okay.
what a perfect night. Okay, talk to you soon. Darn it. Yeah. Um, I should have let him talk a little bit more. He was patient. He sat for like 2 hours. But yeah, this is really remarkable too. Is if you're willing to take the people that I make a priority are the people who are committing. So that's why I thought, okay, this is good. I was just gonna say a couple more things about this, and then was gonna move to him and say, okay, what does he want to talk about? Uh, but I do think that this is very big. If we can get the easiest thing that we could do to make a big movement is really people don't like it, but the vegan thing, and then these biodomes. And if Kenya wants to be the one that actually is the big global leader in it, that would be kind of beautiful because then it would be sort of like, Kenya's been sort of exploited over time. It would be, I want the meek to inherit the earth, right? Like I want the exploited, the quote unquote poor, the manufactured poor, basically, to help lead God's government right away, like in the beginning, not at the end. So this would be a very simple, it's easy to understand. People, they don't have to know universal logic. They don't have to do flow rolls or nothing to understand that it's food, it's healthy, it's scalable, it's made naturally, it solves problems, and it doesn't kill a bunch of animals. Right? Done. And we don't have to do all this like cloud. They're trying to seed the clouds now, so this clouds will reflect sunlight, and they're messing with the atmosphere, and they're doing a bunch of wild stuff. When really we just need to stop eating like 3 trillion animals per year and stop cutting down the Amazon rainforest, and then stop dumping a bunch of chemicals that we use to produce plastics into our feeding water. Like they're not hard solutions if we just get rid of our addictions, right? So the hard thing is human behavior, and that's what universal logic will change. Is It gives us back in control. The hunger strikes serve a secondary purpose in that we want people to go on them. Maybe not for political reasons, but like we said before, for fasting reasons to get the mind back in control of the body. And that's part of the climate stuff too, and the mental health stuff. So, okay, so I'm just priming, like, whatever your spirit says to do next. Think about your contacts. If you look at that core form, it's going to get you to think about yourself in terms of like 6 category of resources that are God-given gifts. Number 1 is your facial beauty. So if you're a beautiful person, you have more influence. Number 2, your social connections, like Kenya, you know, like those guys who are doing the agriculture. Number 3 is your wealth, just donating money, or if you have a wealthy family or trust funds or whatever, you can donate to the GoFundMes and get more of the exploited on board. Number 4 is your sexiness. If you're an athlete, athletes have a huge amount of influence, especially soccer players. Or porn. Porn is another big one, which is sad, but 2/3 of the internet is porn, which is shocking. And then number 5 is culturedness. If you can sing and dance and tell stories and are funny, that, you know, that's huge. You know, that's the biggest festivals in every country. And then the last one is the most hidden, but it's one of the most powerful. It's IQ. So if you have a high IQ, which if you're in university, you already are in the top 5% of the world's population. Did you graduate at the top of your class, son?
Yeah. I made second class upper division.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely have higher. You probably have 140 IQ, probably. The only people who can usually handle me, because you can definitely tell that I can talk for a lot once you get me going, right? There's just a lot happening. The only people who don't get burnt out completely and can keep up are people that roughly have an IQ of 140 or 150. So, you know, you might not be that high, but you have the spirit as if you are that high, and that's why you have emotional resilience to handle this bombardment of information. But usually, I'll just be totally honest, right? Usually, people who have high IQ like that, it's hereditary, so you probably have a gifted family. And so that makes me wonder, who's your family? And if they have more power to make this, get Kenya on board, then that might be another avenue to accelerate this faster than anybody thought was possible. But you got to you got to be able to present it to them in a way that they'll understand. Because if they're like you, then no problem. But you're like 1 in a million, right? So, do you agree with me? Like, do you know many more people like you?
Yeah.
Right. So, if you know anybody that's even close to like you, a friend or whatever, yeah, I bring them in. But that's kind of where my mind is going with things to kind of get them going, because I do only have like 15 days of body fat left, and we're like, what I thought was going to happen was, I thought that, you know, my friends and family and everybody would, like, you know, jump in early, and then we would struggle when we got to like 10,000 or 20,000 blessings. And what happened is we just burnt the last 3 months of all my body fat just getting to this point. And now I have like very little left. Like, I thought like how it should have been was, instead of having 6 days between meals, I was supposed to have 3 weeks between meals, right? And that gives you a lot of time to get like the blessings, right? You know, if we have to get 140 blessings over 3 weeks, I had plenty of body fat, I had a lot of stuff, right? But now that's all burnt, it's gone. So now we have to like get all these blessings in like 5 or 6 days. And that's what the panic is. It's like, you know, there's no time left. We gotta, and the thing is, like, I could change the goal, right? But if I change the goal and water it down, then we might not make the AI deadline. And that's the whole point of the hunger strike, is to meet the Supreme Court case, but also to meet the AI deadline.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm trapped, right? Like, I can't change anything, because we don't have 6 months to build the AI team. We have like 2 months to get the team together, train them up on universal logic, get them on the flow roll, so we have good meetings that won't rip apart when we're in high tension. And then we actually have to build the AI, like actually code it in 4 different ways to have it running and protecting us from these other AIs in 6 months. You know, plus or minus 1 month or something. Like, it's not a perfect number, but this is what the experts are telling us we have left. and so I don't want to change the deadline. So there we are. That's the whole situation that you're.
So you are somewhere at the corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's intense. Like as soon as I stop eating tonight, there's a little bit of a, I eat a lot. I eat as if it's my last meal. I eat everything in my fridge. I don't save any, desserts. I eat all my desserts. I eat anything that I'm craving. I just eat all of it because if I die, I want to die knowing I had a delicious last meal. You know what I mean? So, and a vegan one too. And it was gourmet. Um, okay, so that's the vision. So I should probably start getting on that and sending this message to Yusuf. You got lots there to work on, and in the next 10 hours, I'm curious how much you're gonna get done. There's a whole bunch more happening behind the scenes. There's like another publishing thing. We're publishing the proof of truth. The proof of truth is the proof of God's being, right? I might send that to you too if you want. I could send you all the core documents, but I don't want to get you too overwhelmed. But you'll start to meet all these other people that aren't coming into the meetings yet. But my plan is to get them coming into these meetings once they're like not so painful, right? Because the meetings will the meetings will deter them rather than inspire them. But once if you, me, and Nawaz at minimum get trained, that's enough to have really good meetings if we're working together. And then we could inspire people coming in, and then Uswa too, if she can get her connection figured out. Then we can probably get more people coming on board for free, right? Coming in as not needing to get paid, they'll just want to be a part of it, and then we'll have a more sustainable movement, whether or not I can fundraise. And that's it. So, how does that sound?
That's great.
Yeah. Did you get your church on board? Do you go to church?
Yeah, I go to church.
Yeah, maybe you're Catholic, right? So maybe you're a priest. If we got the Pope, my goal is to get the Pope sort of alerted, like the cardinals.
Yeah.
So if one of the lower churches can talk to the archbishop, like you guys have an archbishop, probably somewhere in your country, right?
This is what happens. We have this, so I serve in a local church. We have what you call diocese.
Yep.
So there are several local churches. They are grouped together, and then and then it's a single office that they have these ranks. So you go like that, up to the top rank, the bishop and all this stuff. So several cluster churches having several local churches, several diocese office, small, that the ranks climbs up, and then you have the biggest one. Yeah. So
yeah.
If I can talk to the priest and see what you can arrange one two. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll try.
Okay, if you think you can communicate the vision, like what inspires you about it, if you communicate it to him, that'd be great. And just start planting seeds, right? Try the biochemistry route and get those guys going on the biodome stuff and Regenitech, and then plant seeds there, like no pun intended, plant seeds, and then go to your church, and start planting those seeds, because that's the Megacrisis team. If you can get the churches on board, we're going to start uniting some of the religions and getting them in alignment with the true God's word, universal logic. But they might want to help out with the biodome. So if you connect your church to the biodome people in the Kenyan government or whoever's doing that program, the fertilizing program, then then that'd be a beautiful way to have holy food, right? Because this fertilizer makes it kind of holy. Plus, if we do blessings, not just for my meals, but do blessings on those meals, then that'd be another beautiful thing. And then if your church wanted to sponsor these meetings, this is church basically, right? These meetings where two or more are gathered in my name, this is what church should be like. Everybody feels important. They're not boring. You get to vote. You get to hang around different people. You get your voice heard. You get to talk about spiritual questions. All that stuff is kind of what this is going to turn into too. So that's another thing to plant a seed on. And to be honest, this is weird, but we really do have to get the AI thing figured out. If we don't get the AI thing figured out, nothing else is going to matter. So if you know anybody in computer science that's coding that might know somebody in AI or whatever, plant that seed. Whether or not you know anybody, doesn't matter. Just start poking around, and then in between those planting seeds and your family too, if they want to get on board, then you just look at the documents, the patent, the core form, and then the need to grow documentary. And then if you get through all of that and you go through the checklist, the hardcore checklist item in that email, then when we meet, we'll go through that, and then maybe I'll send you the proof of truth too if your church wants to learn more. I'll show them how the apophatic beginning turns into the cataphatic beginning, and solves that contradiction on how God is eternal, right? How you return to God is you can technically cancel original sin in the fall, because that's what the Spirit is. That's what Jesus did, right? So you can do that too, he said, if you follow the way, the truth, and the life, which is the universal logic. So I wrote a document called The Proof of Truth on how to scientifically prove that to atheists. Not Anselm's, ontological proof, which is not a true proof, unfortunately. That's why the atheists can pick it apart. But this is the actual. If an atheist tried to pick apart the proof of truth, it actually leads to God faster. That's the brilliance of it. Okay, so yeah, that like this the first miracle that we'll do, right? The first miracle that we'll do, if this is the second coming, or this is the beginning of Spirit on Earth, right? If it's coming through us in these meetings, and then it's going to bring in like real world change, and starts fulfilling prophecy, and starts triggering all the right things, right? Because we are, if you look around, it looks like we're in the end times, right? Like no doubt about it. Something is happening that's looking a lot like Revelation, right? So I think if there's ever a time that the church was receptive to these types of narratives, now. But the goal is to basically show that the first miracle will be to get atheists to love God, not just in faith, but we're upgrading faith to certainty, which is spirit. Spirit isn't spirit that has faith that it is spirit. Real spirit is spirit that knows itself as spirit. And that's a proof. So we're going to be trying to I have a guy right now in India trying to publish this with me because he saw it and he's like, Mark, how did you write this? And he got it. So he's a kind of a interesting academic. So we're going to try and publish it in 100 journals worldwide, and maybe the church can help us do that in some of the theological journals, like at if we can get somebody at Liberty University, that would be game changing. That would get the Christians on fire. Like, it would really be Christian apologetics. They would love this. Trust me, they would love this. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff to plant seeds on. So hopefully in the next 10 hours when we talk again, or if you send me your phone number. Oh, I got your phone number. Okay, after this call, I'm going to message Yusuf, create that chat, and then I'm going to cook, go to sleep, do the meeting, go to the courthouse, and then we'll hopefully have a lot of updates and exciting things to talk about by the meeting after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good? Son, you're kind of inspiring me. I can't actually believe it. You've sat through like 6 hours of conversation now, and you're just getting better. Like, you're catching on. So I feel like this is blessed. I think you're here for a very powerful reason. And if there's anything I can do to keep you around, or if you have any concerns or anything, don't hesitate to ever ask me. And even send me emails now. I try to respond to you guys quickly as a priority. And we'll see what God brings. We'll just dance with destiny.
Yeah. Thank you. I think you've been a great motivation. You inspire. That's why I'm here. I really want to suck a lot of knowledge from you and understand this. You're a genius.
Well, it takes one to know one, son. It takes one to know one. You're inspiring me too. Not many people can do what you're doing, going toe to toe with me right now. Okay, I'm inspired. I'm going to go and channel this into a couple of emails and make that chat, and hopefully we can get other people inspired to come along too.
Nice. I'll do that.
Okay, Have a fantastic day with the Roosters, and we'll talk to you hopefully soon.
Okay. You too.
Okay. Peace. God bless. Wow. I just love this. Okay, we restarted the stream, so hopefully I didn't lose everything in the other stream.
first one, so, you know, the first one, the most beautiful one, the one that is under
Okay, I'm supposed to make this Moroccan dish. My eyes are burning. So I want to lay down. Oh, it's 10, 11. I could start at midnight and cook it and then go to the courthouse tomorrow. I caught up on a couple of my text messages. So now I can sort of pursue this tonight. Oh no, this one. Whoa, I didn't know that's some. I'm gonna sleep for an hour. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to lay down. Oh. I'm really hungry. But my phone is almost dead. So I might as well charge it, sleep, wake up in an hour, cook. I got all the ingredients kind of set out. Probably eat at 3 in the morning. And just putting this last. Oh, it's already 5 minutes past. Okay. Hi, Prashant, how are you?
I'm good, man.
Good. Oh, I was just, well,
Morning.
yeah, good morning. I was I just got off like a 3 hour, 4 hour call here, but I was gonna take a little bit of a nap before I cook my last meal here. But I was gonna take a little break first, so it's kind of good timing that you called me right now. So what's up? Yeah.
Share the contradictions list in like 1, 2, 3, 4. And also, I was wondering, this pure paper or proof of truth paper, do you want me to define it? Proof of truth paper?
Um,
Without using earnings or YBIM or Prakash exempts that.
well, we can stick them in. It's just that we have to stick them in the special meta mode way, because ordinary consciousness is really neurotic and very flimsy and unpredictable and incoherent and irrational. So we want to use everything. We just want to do it in the right order, in the right way. So the Prakash principles, the yearning, all those types of things have their right place as your art. But it's got to be in the right place. If you're putting it in the place of the universal, that's the only place where it kind of throws things off and it taints things a bit, because once ordinary consciousness.
I was thinking like universal uh, uh, principle of truth
Yeah.
is ontology of truth, and ontology of truth is proof of truth.
Well,
Do you like it?
well, it's one way to say it, but ontology is just a one-sidedness too. The proof of truth is actually an ontology and epistemology at the exact same time. So when you're thinking, like, it sounds weird, but your thoughts have being to them. Like if your thoughts didn't have beingness, if thoughts themselves didn't have ontology, then they wouldn't have any existence. They wouldn't have any expression, right? So normally we think of thinking and being as opposite, right? Because epistemology is like, what can we know about what is true? And then what is true or what is being, is ontology. And we usually see those as separate. But Hegel shows that, well, no, even thoughts are actually, they start with being too. So God, so when you're in your own head, right, your head is actually where God is. Your head is actually timeless, spaceless phenomenology, technically. But when you're first developing consciousness, when you're breaking out an animal habit, which starts to mimic consciousness, the animal can't disconnect itself from the object of sensuousness. Like when it's looking outside, there's objects that it looks at, and depending on its habits and its instinct, it pursues it as food, or pursues it for mating, or whatever, right? And we have those same animal drives too. But the animal can't dislodge its thought from the object to self-reflexively apply the thought to itself, right? That level of freedom only comes once it sees itself in the object in a higher form, and then it can break free of the sensuous object entirely, and then apply pure thought to its own thought, right? That's called self-consciousness, right? So when you're first trying to figure out this universal truth and ontology and proof of truth, the object is really hard to separate off from the object of pure thought. So in your head, when you do finally grasp it as pure thought thinking itself, now you're getting close to God. But it's already in us. But we take it for granted every day because we use it without understanding the absolute power of it. So when you're getting to the proof of truth, you're going from inside your head, which is all scrambled and full of contingent thoughts and fragmentation and all that, it's still the right form in a certain sense, except it's mixed with this sensuous object. So we're trying to get the mind to get rid of the sensuous object, to break off that addiction and go into pure thought itself, because that's where God is. That's where everything starts. So you negate, and then negation itself actually has being in the beginning, which sounds contradictory. So you're using being when you're doing negation, which is, it's because our thoughts are not what we think they are. So you're using this thing to cancel, and then you get down to it itself, right? Negation itself, and then you try to cancel negation, and that's where the magic happens, where you cross over, and you're moving from your inner world, like you're moving from pure thought into pure thought, but now it's like a mirror from the contingent backwards inverted form of pure thought into the righted inversion of inversion, which is a correction. So now you're going into an immanence, and now you're rebuilding. Negation is just rebuilding itself off of pure being in the proper way, where all the opposites are happening simultaneously. So that's why pure being, this is my whole point of saying it, that's why pure being is simultaneously pure thought and pure actual immediate affirmative being at the exact same time, because the medium that it is in is the inner world of pure thought. The void, the blood, the all that is really you going into your own mind, back to the root of what the heck the mind really is. And then when you grasp pure thought in that medium, it is the first less than nothing affirmative that is an immediate indeterminate that is simultaneously in pure thought, but not separate from it, because it's indeterminate. It is pure thought, and it is pure being, indeterminately, perfectly, as one indistinguishable thing, right? And so that's why the proof of truth is not just an ontology, and it is not just an epistemology. It is not just a reflection, and it is not just an immediacy. It's both of them simultaneously from within itself. Now that's the first perfect, what Hegel calls a speculative thought. Right? It is the first perfect thought grasped in the universal concept, where two opposites are happening, they're happening in contradiction, but not in hard contradiction, not in the wrong wakefulness in which they try and separate from each other, but now through the interconnection of their immanence, which makes them one with each other in the right wakefulness. Right? So that's why the proof of truth has to be a thinking and a being, where the thinking of the proof is the being of the proof. And that's the immersion of immanence that God is, as it thinks itself in the void.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I understood what you're saying,
Okay.
and currently I've gone through that work, this proof of truth work.
Okay.
Which paper you shared now.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think if we can refine certain elements in that, without, I'm not saying to use yearnings or like Prakash principles or YBIF, just in proper Hegel way. Hegel, non-Hegel. Okay.
Yes.
That way, it would be more like, I was thinking it would be, it would help get your concepts in very abstract form. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Should I go ahead and define the proof of truth?
Yeah, if you think it would help, I do. Like, the thing is, like, we could do the original proof of truth, but it'll have more power if we do the meta modes, right? Because if we do it in the form of pure Hegel in pure meta mode 5, which is pure supersensuousness or pure thought and pure being, if we do it in that form, nobody's going to potentially understand it. right? Because it really is like you're a really unique case, right? Like you're really exceptionally rare. And I bet you there's very few people in these journals that are like you. So if we write it in pure meta mode number 5, well, we have journal limits, so you're right. What we could do is, well, okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we should just refine the original. I don't want to neglect your work entirely unless you want to not have it associated, right? Because if it goes very big and you feel like it's going to ruin your work, well, it'll be hard to disassociate it after that. So you could separate it out and then. Okay,
It's,
okay.
that's not the case. Because I was thinking, see, my work has been understanding the reality as it is.
Okay.
And my work's focus has been on epistemology more than rather having incremental upgrades in current philosophical debates and all that stuff. So like rather going incrementally, I try to like directly attack the fundamentals or like directly understand the fundamentals or distill the fundamentals. So, but we can definitely, I was thinking it would be very useful if we are able to like build it from ground up. Like your your work as proof of truth, then pure being, and then all the meta mode contradictions that you told. Don't you think this would? Uh, what do you think?
That's one way to do it. Yeah, if you think you got a vision on how to make it work with this journal, then if you know how these guys read the papers and you can increase
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Man, see, truth is truth. Okay, there are an infinite number of ways to reach that.
Okay.
That's the novelty. Okay, so like I was really curious because that would give me even some kind of intellectual exercise. You know, see, in my bubble, every researcher remains in a bubble or vortex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, even I am in a vortex or bubble. Okay, uh, you are in a bubble as well. Okay, but if we are like able to collaborate with each other, then we are not in our bubble. So like our bubble becomes bigger, or like if you it we are able to come out of that bubble. Okay, so in that way, it will really be intellectual exercise for me as well.
Well, okay, yeah, this is good. Let me think here. So you could publish the proof of truth in the pure form. There's 3 approaches here. One is we could do the Munchausen trilemma one, do the proof of truth in the Munchausen trilemma version, and solve that contradiction. We could also do. There's another version of it that's in the anthology that I sent you, the 20 different versions, and it was solving Gödel's incompleteness theorem with it.
See, Mark, really help me if I get the list of contradictions. Okay, I see approach. We will take whatever you will uh, like. Okay, like if you want to go from pure being and then proving all the contradictions from that perspective, we can do that as well. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
and more universal logic of truth.
Yeah, so this is what we're gonna try. Well, exactly. Here's one other paper that we can try and work off of, but you're right. This is the order that the contradictions go in. So here's I was gonna create this map, but let's say pure being. I'll put it in the chat here. Pure being equals the contradiction between ontology versus epistemology. So pure being technically solves the contradiction between epistemology and ontology itself. So the first contradiction we solve is what we just talked about. What I just told you is the proof of truth gets you down from contingent abstract thinking or thought, which looks separate from being, right? Down to canceling itself to show that latent within it is a beingness that was implicit within it. And that beingness that is implicit beingness is pure becoming, right? So that's why our thoughts look like they're not substantial in this world, because they're always moving. But when you negate them, when you negate the negation, it turns into a staticness, it feels like, but it's actually pure being. But pure being contains no distinction. So it's like a quasi state of action and state, right? So it's a verb and a noun at the same time. It's a gerund. That's why you can use being as, oh, it's a being, like a human being, or you are being a human being, right? You can use it in both senses, and it's true, because it's reflecting that speculative nature. So the first one would be the contradiction between ontology and epistemology itself. How can something be itself, know itself, thought, all those types of problems? And there's got to be a formal way to say that contradiction. The next contradiction is, how does something indeterminate connect itself to something determinate, right? And so this would be what Hegel calls the contradiction of a distinction that is no distinction, where you would basically have the pure nothing, and the pure nothing and the pure being basically saw that contradiction of indeterminacy versus determinacy. And then what ends up happening is something, the next speculative thought happens here, where pure being is pure immediate indeterminacy, right? That's its formal notion. But the moment that it starts to define itself, the moment that it starts to determine itself, it retroactively becomes determinate. So that its determination is indeterminacy. You see the contradiction there? It's like its determination, what it is, like what is determined in contrast to determinacy, right? Is an indeterminacy, and it's the only determination that has that quality. There's nothing else that does that. Only pure being is the one that is indeterminate, even in all other determinations. Like if you, for example, if you take any determination anywhere and you cancel it, all of them return down to pure immediate indeterminacy. Like if you take hot and cold, or you take something and other, or you take thing and property, or you take reflection and appearance, or you take subject and object. You know, if you take all these opposite pairs, if you cancel one of them, like if you got rid of the object, what happens to the subject? It becomes indeterminate, because it needs the object to know what it is. Same with positive and negative. If you get rid of negative, you can't know what positive is. If you get rid of positive, you can't know what negative is. It reduces them from their determinate form into indeterminacy every time. So the moment that you create uncontrasted being at any level, it returns to the form of pure being. At that stage, it becomes an indeterminate balanced being with implicit sort of moments within it that are not expressed. So in the true absolute simple, right, pure immediate indeterminacy, or pure being, is the absolute simple. You can't get any more abstract or simple than pure being, because there's no distinctions in it. There's no determinations, there's no contrast, no oppositions, no reflections. There's not even a difference between thinking and being itself. So when you create the first determination, which is pure nothing, right, it's genius, because he's not positing another being. It's just the abstract immediate negation, which then returns to pure being as a distinction that is no real distinction. It's what you were calling earlier as an illusion. but it's an illusion that is an implicit being that we call process. But in the supersensuous, process is instantaneous because there's no time, right? It's conceptual time. So you get all these contradictions happening in harmony. And that's blessedness. That's what God's mind is like. Our minds see the opposites in real opposition, incongruency, and all that. So it's like a game. It's like this weird game where everything makes sense, and you're getting little glimpses right after these first two contradictions, where pure being solves ontology versus epistemology, and then when it tries to determine itself, it connects how you get something determinate to connect from indeterminacies via pure nothing. Right? So everything is connected, like Buddha said, by nothingness. Like the space between. Right? It's bizarre to think about it, but that's what determination is. And so that's how you solve that contradiction. It's a very long-standing one. So then the next contradiction, well, how does becoming become? Well, becoming becomes from the inner contradiction of pure being solving epistemology and ontology and indeterminacy versus determinacy. So by solving those two contradictions, you create moments. And then those moments interpenetrate in coming to be and ceasing to be, which is just the alternating duality form of pure nothing and pure immediate indeterminacy. They're both indeterminate, but you can have different immediate starting points. So you can start with the pure nothing, and then it collapses or vanishes. Hegel calls it vanishing. It immediately vanishes into pure being. Or if you focus on pure being, it immediately turns itself or vanishes into pure nothing because it has no content. Right? So when you try to look at what indeterminacy is, it is nothing. There's nothing there. So it vanishes into pure nothing. But pure nothing, as soon as you try and hold pure nothing, it immediately vanishes and returns back to pure being. Otherwise, it couldn't have an expression. So the contradiction here is that being and nothing are simultaneously indistinct, like they're vanishing in, they can't be separated. Like as soon as you think one, it disappears and it is the other. But as soon as you think the other, it immediately vanishes and turns into its other. So the contradiction is like the simultaneity is that these two things are happening simultaneously, but in pure becoming, they're also referencing each other. So they're also separate and dual and happening alternatingly. So that's a contradiction, and it's the contradiction that keeps pure becoming restless forever. That's why the definition of pure becoming is that it's not stable. It is what's called a negative unity, whereas the positive unity of those moments is what pure determinate being is, where the moments collapse into a oneness that holds itself as stable, as determined. It's becoming, become, completed, done. So these are the first three paradoxes, and in history, you can look at them contingently as uniting Parmenides, pure being, with Zeno, with his total undermining of, there is no motion and there is all these things don't really exist because if you subdivide and subdivide, you find all these contradictions. So that's the pure nothing moment. He's finding the contradiction within Parmenides' pure being, that pure being is not. And then what ends up happening, like Zeno just finds the nothingness in all things. He contradicts everything. Then Heraclitus comes after and says that, no, you're both wrong, even though he didn't formally know about them. I think he knew a little bit about them as contemporaries, maybe. But Heraclitus' main principle is flow. That there is, Parmenides is wrong, there is no permanent unchanging being, which is what Parmenides said. Everything is already done. Being already is complete. And then Zeno comes along and says, well, no, nothing is complete. Everything undoes itself and is contradictory. So nothing makes sense. And Heraclitus comes along and says, well, you're both wrong. Everything is flowing. You never stepped into the same river twice. Now Hegel comes along and says, those guys are all fragmented. They don't see that they're all actually connected as moments of each other. So Heraclitus is actually the sublation of Parmenides and Zeno. And you just alternate them. So you can look at solving the contradictions in the metaphysical abstract a priori way, or you can look at it in the a posteriori way as how it progressed through human beings in contingent human space-time in history. But really, it's just these pure thoughts manifesting themselves in creation from the pure metaphysical timeless spacelessness. So my point here is this: if we really want to blow people's minds, we have to figure out how to turn each one of these categories of Hegel's table of contents in the science of logic, which is the linchpin. We can solve those metaphysical contradictions, but we could also do it for nature, and we can also do it for psychology, because there's contradictions in each of those fields, but they're just repeating contradictions of the solved ones of metaphysics. So depending on which journal we're going to publish in, we could do the metaphysical, we could do the natural, or we can do the mental. And we're just doing the same order. So all of them have their own version of pure being. So pure being, there's only one truth, right? And this is how we solve the Trinity. Like, you know, there's only one actual truth, one absolute idea. It copies itself once as a return to itself. So what does that mean? It means the truth is in three total forms. The first form is it purely in itself. The second form is it for itself when it is in reality, when it is realizing itself and rebuilding itself or reflecting itself. And then the third moment is it returning to itself as spirit, you could say, where it is in and for itself. It is its reflection and itself. It's being and its thinking simultaneously, where the subject and the object collapse into one. And that contradiction between subjectivity and objectivity itself is solved. Right? So we could try and write this in that way too. We could solve the top level contradiction is between logic, nature, and spirit. So the contradiction between, well, how is nature structured? Where does logic come from? Does logic logically prove itself? And that talk that I showed you, it does. Because you're using a fragmented version of logic right now that you cancel using logic. And then if you cancel it the right way, quote unquote, you get rid of all contingent logic and it gets replaced with something that already exists eternally, which is the immanent form. So you solve the contradiction not by creating something new, but by, like you said before, like with the Munchausen trilemma, it's reframing to show that you're already wrong the way you're framing it. We don't have the truth. Logic here is not real logic. That's why it can never pull itself up by its own hair. Right? It's got to cancel itself to reframe and realize, oh, there's something here all along that I was missing, and it corrects this whole contradiction. So now the goal is to look at Hegel's categories, and there's 200. There's 80 contradictions in the science of logic alone. And there's 5 different levels that we could do this in. 5 levels of competency, I call it. We can do a high level one where we can solve the ultimate syllogism or the ultimate contradiction, which is between logic, nature, spirit. All human and divine knowledge fit into those 3 words. And they contain all the contradictions too. There are no contradictions outside of that. All the contradictions are within those 3 words as containers. So logic isn't just a flat word anymore. Logic has about 80 contradictions packed within it. And then nature isn't just a flat word. It has another roughly 80 categories and contradictions within it. And then spirit or mind is not just a flat word. It's also a container of roughly another 80 universals. So all those together, 80 plus 80 plus 80, right, gets you to around 200. There's actually not exactly 80. The philosophy of nature, I think, has less. Hegel didn't really care much about the philosophy of nature. He said it's always changing. He says that's dependent on time. You can't know the particulars, so that's always going to be changing. So he's like, that's the stuff that's the impermanence. But he's like, whatever, I'm a child of my age. I'm going to screw it up. I'll give it a go, but you guys are going to fix it in the future. It's up to you. So I was like, oh, okay. So I think there's only like something like 40 or something in there. But if you take it 80 plus 40 plus 80, it gets you to around two. You map up the first 200, 220 or something like that. So the goal is for us to pick out how many of them do we want to talk about on a paper. We could just do. There's 5 levels. So the first level is like logic, nature, spirit. Then one level underneath that is unpacking those into their trinity. So logic has a has a contradiction that's top level with 3 more doctrines, he calls them. There's the doctrine of being, doctrine of essence, and doctrine of notion. So the contradictions between notions and essences and beings can be solved at that second level. And then for nature, the next lower level contradiction would be between what he calls mechanics, then inorganic matter, and then organic matter. And there's quite a few contradictions there. And then for mind, spirit unpacks into a top level trinity or contradiction of subjectivity, objectivity, and absolute idea, or subjective spirit, objective spirit, or absolute spirit. And there's contradictions between those as well. So that's the first layer down. So we can have the top contradiction between logic, nature, spirit. That's 1, and then we have 3 more. So we have 4 in total that we can solve at the high level, like at the macro level. But at the micro level, like I told you, there's also the contradiction between, ontology and epistemology, between Parmenides and Zeno and Heraclitus. That's starting at the bottom, foundational contradictions. So there's the micro, foundational, and then there's the macro. So we can start at the top or the bottom, and we can drill down or we can drill up. So whichever direction, like the direction will depend upon the journal's contingency. It's like some journals think that top down is the best way. You got to start with the whole and then get into the parts. Some other people say no. There's foundationalism. You got to start with the base principles and then build your way up and evolve. And the reality is they're both happening in eternity simultaneously. So we just have to show what we're doing and why we're doing it and how it solves whatever contradiction that makes them want to choose one or the other. But formally, quote unquote, formally, you do start with foundationalism and then you build up from the simple to the complex, and the complex collapses into itself back into its simple. And it completes the circle. So this is why answering your question is a little bit tricky. When we map, I think what we should do, here's the problem. The problem is that the papers are so short. If we could just submit an anthology with all these contradictions, and then kind of do a meta-analysis to say, here's how you read this paper. You can start from the top or the bottom. Here's how you do that. We could bake our cake and eat it too. But in the interest of time, what would be the most impactful contradictions that we could solve in what kind of order? That's why if you look closely at the ChatGPT thing, if you read the whole thing through, you can see me kind of repeating it. It wasn't refining quite right, so I got it to do a couple of other ones. I haven't even had a chance to look over all of it in depth. I just wanted to send it to you to see what you thought and if we should go in a different direction or if we should keep going. But I would like to feed 2 birds with 1 stone, basically, instead of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If we can get the Nobel Prizes at the same time as the publishing, that's why I'm choosing the contradictions that will.
See, my Nobel Prizes, see, and that you will have to go through rigorous academic debates, peer review sessions, and all that stuff before they will even think of you yes, this work is worthy of that.
Yeah, I know. I know, Prashant. I already applied to all the committees. I already did this 2 years ago. I actually applied to all of them. I researched all the criteria, and I know it's in October. It got a year. I got nominated. Yeah, I got all that stuff. But the thing is, we don't really care too much about what the committee is going to actually decide. There's no time, right? Like the world's going to end with AI before even the next Nobel Prize. Actually, the Nobel Prizes are going to be awarded here next month, but we won't have time to wait another year. So unless we get nominated in like this month and next month, actually we have to get nominated this month. So like imagine this, put yourself in the shoes of somebody at the philosophical review, and put yourself in the shoes of somebody at the Harvard review, and put yourself in the shoes of somebody. There's the New York University has the best philosophical school in the world, I think. It's like better than Harvard's, I guess, philosophy department. Imagine you're these guys and you get this paper coming in, and let's say the paper is being submitted by us, but let's say we somehow get in touch with somebody who knows somebody and
Do you really think that we can win this year's Nobel Prize?
well, it's a little yes, if you do almost everything that I say quickly, yeah, probably we can have a chance at it. I think we can have a chance at it because if I get these guys trained up on these meetings, which you haven't come to yet, if we can get the meetings down pat and we can do the contradiction outlines, and then we can start writing all the anthologies, all the papers very quickly with some clever way with AI where we can like publish AI written stuff in tandem with the original proof of truth in some of your and my original comments, then we could get the AI to do basically 10,000 hours worth of work and then publish all of that in a legal way and blow everybody's minds and then show how it relates to the contradictions within the Nobel Prizes. So it is possible if we do it in this hyper meta mode kind of way. And then all it takes is for one person to get it. Like you, right? You saw the proof of truth. I saw you. We got it right away. We didn't even have to explain it to each other very much. We're like, oh my gosh, he's talking about recursive being. And then all of a sudden I saw your principles and I was like, oh wow. We both solved the Munchausen trial. I'm like, it happens faster. So all we need is another person on that level, and it might be 1 in a million. But if we submit to 100 journals, it is likely that we'll find that person. And we're not gonna wait for them to get. All we're trying to do is get a nomination. All we have to do is convince somebody high enough to nominate us for the Nobel Prize, and then get a second person to nominate us for another prize. If you can get 2 nominations for 2 separate prizes at the same time, that has never been done in human history. There's been 850 Nobel Prizes awarded in the last 122 years, and not a single one of them was a double nomination at the same time. There are Nobel Prize winners that have won different years, right? Like Madame Curie, I think, won 2 Nobel Prizes, but it was different years for different research, right? I think the ultimate maximum is that guy who invented the transistor or whatever. He has 3 Nobel Prizes, I think, and he did them all at 3 different times or something like that. Actually, I still think it was only 2. But anyway, no one's done it at the same time, and we don't have to win them. We just have to get nominated, right? Because then what we can do is it's technically taboo against Nobel Prize culture for the nominators to tell you that you've been nominated. But in the face of death and existential crisis that can end our species, I think we could probably get people to nominate us, and then we can go around and say, hey, look, we got 2 nominations for the Nobel Prizes. And we can literally build a whole marketing scheme off of that. And if I can get my friends and my sister to donate maybe like $1,000 to $10,000, we can blast it out on LinkedIn, and we can blast it out on all these like academic portals, and we can say, hey, do you want to work with a double Nobel Prize nominated research team on the solution that can save the world and solve the AI alignment problem, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental. Basically, all the subjects that matter to human beings. And then people are gonna say, yeah, that's amazing. And you know what? If we can get 3 nominations or 4 nominations or all 6 nominations this month, then it would be undeniable. Like everybody in the world, we'd send that out, and then like we would be getting Pulitzer Prize winners. We'd be getting, all these people who are like the best in the world. And we don't have to actually win the prizes because they know that nobody would nominate you unless you had, and nobody would nominate you for 1 prize if you didn't have a good idea. Never mind all 6 of them. So that's why we don't have to win. We just have to talk to the right people who will put their credentials on the line. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's a very solid plan.
It's the only plan. Like there's so much ego. Nobody will listen to anybody unless you have this kind of clout. And that's why winning all 6 prizes with 1 universal logic is the only real novelty. Because if we submitted 6 different ideas and they were fragmented, it's not as amazing as realizing that it's all just one thing in different forms. You know, so that is possible to do in probably 2 weeks if you watch the whole. If you dedicate your full time to this, and I give you a crash course in universal logic and just explain all the strategy and all the elements, and then you can translate it to other people and get some other academic or PhD or somebody with your level of credentials, then you can both start vouching for me, and I can start leveraging that with my funders, and we start raising millions of dollars, and then start putting that out and getting all the peer reviews done in a very fast time. For example, I found 3 journals that are kind of sketchy, but 2 of them are reputable. You can pay for fast track status, and if we, like, here's how crazy you get. We could, like, it's not the best. We could basically say, hey, for $1 million, we're going to start our own peer review research committee of the best researchers in the world, start our own journal, publish it, and then go around the world and do it that way, as well as fast track it in these other journals to really get the H index higher. Like there's a lot of stuff we can do once we start attracting hundreds of millions of dollars, and people will throw their money at us once they realize that we've proven God's being. Like, this is literally the actual proof of truth. And we will get, I just talked to a guy tonight in Kenya. I'm training them up in these meetings. And if you want to learn the meeting structure is also Nobel Prize worthy because it's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize. How you have meetings is what diplomacy is. So if we have a world-class meeting structure based on universal logic, and we invite Israel and Palestine in there, or Ukraine and Russia, or NATO and China, and we have these super coherent meetings that solve all the contradictions between all their fighting, right? That's Nobel Peace Prize worthy. Plus I'm on a hunger strike of, like, I'm on my 300th day of, like, hunger. So I embody somebody that, you know, went the distance. So the Nobel Peace Prize is the only one that you can win as a team. But the other ones you can, if we got 3 people understanding this, we could win it as, like, a tripartite team, and then give the credit to the Nobel Peace Prize team to say that the real Nobel Peace Prize team is concrete. It involves all the prizes to be unfragmented in a super coherent unity called the divine idea and universal logic. You see?
Yeah. That's great. That's really great. And because, you know, you might be competing for Nobel Peace Prize with Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, you're right. But we'll have the churches vouching for us, because here's the shocking thing for Sean. We can claim to be the messiahs, and Donald Trump doesn't claim that. He claims to be, you know, protected by God, but we actually have divine knowledge, and that's what makes you messianic, is that you come with prophetic knowledge, you want to save souls, and that you fulfill prophecy. And the prophecies that we're going to fulfill, whether all 5 major religions have messianic return narratives. Okay, so the Vedas have Kalki coming, returning, and then they say it's actually Krishna playing a trick. It's Kalki, which sounds weird, but there is a Vedic tradition that we found that does say that. So there's that one for Hinduism. That's 1 billion people on Earth who care about that. Then you have Buddhism, and Buddhism has 500 million followers, and a lot of people don't realize this, but Buddha predicted that his followers would lose his teachings, would lose the way, and he would have to come back as Maitreya. So there's 500 million Buddhists are looking forward to Buddha returning as a Messiah, technically. Then we have Judaism, which is looking forward to their political Messiah, who to them hasn't even come yet. So we're going to have to be the political Messiah, which is why we're starting an intergovernment, right? Kingdom come, and not just a loose movement. And that's why I'm in the courthouse too. That's why the Supreme Court of Canada case that I'm in is very important. I'm in a $10 million Supreme Court of Canada case. I don't know if I told you. That's why yeah.
You won.
No, I haven't won it yet. I'm in it right now. Yesterday, the Supreme Court accepted my filing, so it's moving forward right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah, it's a $10 million case. So if we get the nominations and I start winning that case, it's $10 million. I can take loans out. Plus, we got nominations from the best in the world. It'll be, after we get those two things, it'll be like getting an endorsement from the Supreme Court is like $100 million vouching. These are really big opportunities to really create global critical mass. This is a realistic opportunity to literally change the world. So then what I was saying was, once we do that, Supreme Court case, why did I mention that? Because the money, the clout, I was explaining the strategy. I had two more points that I was going to mention. Proof of truth, or messianic. So we're going to be creating a government, and then of course we have Christianity, which has its own, Messiah returns, the second coming of Jesus, right? Revelation. And then we have Islam, which accepts the second coming. They believe that Jesus, or Isa, they call him, is going to come back. So all five major religions, that is roughly 85% of humanity. 85% of humanity are in those five religions in the second meta mode of consciousness. So if we come in and we say we've proven God's being in all five of those modes, we're all five of them simultaneously. Right? We are here to correct and reorder the world to align it with God, including AI. And we've proven it absolutely necessarily. And atheists, we've proven it to the degree that even atheists will love God, or even atheists will understand the proof of truth. Not just to have faith in God or have faith in objectivity or science. They know it. Absolutely certainly. So that would be the first miracle, is to have atheists love God and then have theists love science. Right? So we're going to solve that contradiction too. And that authority is really what will compound with the Nobel Prizes. The religious don't care what the Nobel Prizes, right? Only the atheists and the secularists, like some of them do, but each mode of consciousness cares about authority in a different way. And authority can move people. So for art doesn't care about the messiahs, right? They don't even care about the proof of truth. All they care about is art. So we would call ourselves not messiahs, we would call ourselves maestros. Maestros are the highest artistic authority. And then we would say we have the proof of art. We have the proof of truth in art, which is the proof of being. They're very much about beingness. Then in religion, we do have to take on the title of Messiah to be the authority there. But then in philosophy, which is the higher, like the third meta mode, we wouldn't call ourselves messiahs because they don't care in meta mode 3. They want to know about sages. So we would be the sages, right? And then after that, like sages of wisdom. And then after that is science. And science doesn't care about sages, messiahs, or maestros. They care about luminaries. And this is where the Nobel Prizes come in. The Nobel Prizes is what will impress the 15% of the world's population that are in secular science and control the power structures of modern science and all the technologies based on it, like AI. Right? So that's why the Nobel Prizes will get us the power in about 15% of the world, but the proof of truth in the Messiah narrative gets us the other 85%. And then and then for the highest meta mode, like, meta mode number 5 is just pure absolute spirit, which is what all the messiahs are doing, and all the luminaries, and all the scientists, and all the sages, and all that. We call that genuine wisdom. So we have the authority of genuine wisdom. Not just wisdom, because what we call wisdom is finite wisdom. It's fragmented wisdom. It's not real, super-coherent wisdom. Genuine wisdom is the universal logic, which solves all the contradictions and all the paradoxes. So with the Messiah, for the meta mode number 2, like, we can't create a global movement without the second meta mode. It's just too big. We need humanity to move. So we could make at least six divine decrees. The first divine decree that we would make as these messiahs is we would say everybody has to rise up to their inner messiahship. Everybody can achieve messiahship. And they have to take responsibility to make that effort. Right? No longer do we say, we don't look for followers. We're trying to lift people up and say, no, you can do it too. but you've got to try and stop being lazy or feeling worthless or whatever. So you are worth it. You are sacred. You've been tricked into thinking you're not. You need to rise up and make the effort. So that's the first thing we would say, and what that basically means is they have to learn the proof of truth, right? So then they would look at our work, and they would start reading it in whatever meta mode it's in, whether it's Buddhism, we'll translate it into Buddhist. I already did it, right? That's what the anthology is. I've translated it into the 5 meta modes already. So there's at least one copy for each one of the major religions. And yeah, well, actually, I don't think I did it for all the religions, but I did it for religious consciousness. So that's one of the divine decrees. One of the other ones is to go vegan as soon as you can, and another one is to all AI companies have to regulate with universal logic. That's going to be another divine decree of God's government, or right. So if you have the Pope and the Dalai Lama and the Grand Mufti and all these temples in Hinduism, if they all vouch for us and they say yes, these are the real messiahs, and they have 6 Nobel Prize endorsements, and they have a $10 million Supreme Court of Canada case, all these things all at once, and we have 200 versions of the proof of truth for every major symbology of ideology in the last 10,000 years of written human history. If you can hold all that in your mind at once, Prashant, it becomes possible to change the world in a miraculously short period of time. It's unparalleled. Just having the Nobel Prizes nominated, not won, is unprecedented. Never mind the Supreme Court case, never mind this Messiah narrative, never mind all these other things that can compound it and make it just astronomically, unbelievably, miraculously possible. So all we have to do is inspire the right person at the right college. Like, let's say at Liberty, I have one guy right now in Kenya. He's going to go and talk to his diocese, because he's Catholic. He's going to go to his church in Kenya, like today. He's actually maybe there right now. And he's going to ask them to put us in touch with the archdiocese. And then it gets to the cardinal. And then the cardinals will go to the pope. So if we reach the right person at the right place, or he even said that we might know somebody at Liberty College, which is the big Christian college. The apologetics there, and the theologians there might look at the proof of truth and say, yes, this is the proof of God's being, the real one, and then they might accelerate to the Pope or blast it around all these Christian journals all around the world. And there's 2 billion Christians. That's a lot of people. That's like 4 times global critical mass right there. So those avenues is how you make very big change very, 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 very quickly. And when people get excited and they realize it is the real proof of truth, it will span the world. Like people will want to sell their houses to us. They're going to want to give everything to us. They're going to, oh my God, the messiahs are here. It's kingdom come. Like people are going to be ecstatic about it. And it's going to get bizarre and it's going to get weird. So we're going to have all these protections in place. But we're going to have to protect people and say, well, no, don't throw your house. Don't sacrifice yourself. You are the Messiah too. You just got to do the work, and we need you to do the work and not be psychopathic to us or whatever. You need to rise up and start changing things around you too, because we can't do it alone. God's government employs everybody, and we lift everybody in what's called flow state, so that when you put somebody in flow state, Prashant, in psychology, your productivity goes up by 700% naturally with no burnout. So there's roughly, yeah, you know that, right? There's roughly $8 trillion of lost productivity due to dead spirit. So we're going to get that multiplier on top of the Nobel nominations, on top of the Pope and everybody else. We're going to have a 700% multiplier on top of all of that. And that's how you can create miraculous. Basically, that's how we generate a double exponential progress trend without burning out anybody and without anybody going psychotic. Because when you speed things up, people get unstable and then they start acting irrational, right? So we ground them in the proof of truth, and not only in the mind, we also ground them in space-time through hunger strikes or fasting. when you fast, it's a very spiritual practice, as you know. Like Hinduism is like the oldest version of it ever, right? You fast, and it causes your mind to slow down and meditate, and you get in control of yourself.
Yeah.
So it's very grounding.
Fast multiple times in
Really?
a year.
Oh, really?
And,
Tell them about me. Tell them I'm on a Hungerstrike now.
See, I have never seen a Western man, Western white man doing hunger strikes. I have never ever seen it in my life.
This was a first.
So it was so unique that I had to say that this guy is having some kind of unique vision. It's like
And-
so it really changed me. It's like and the rest of the things, see, words, papers.
Mhm.
Once you resolve contradictions in your mind, it, it's just a matter of people, how we can deliver it to people more elegantly.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like for me, it is more than my name, my frameworks, my axioms. Those all things are in past. It's already published. Those all things are in past. Now, what's the future? What do I do with it? Question is that.
Mm.
And you very rightly said that once we start, like if it's like hacking. Okay. Think of if you need to do something. Let's say you need to go to supermarket to buy groceries.
Mhm.
Okay, and you suddenly from your mind or like you on go to an app, buy all everything,
Mhm.
and it gets delivered. So like that's hacking. Okay.
Okay.
That's hacking. And if you had to go to supermarket and buy all groceries, it would have cost you time and money both.
Mhm.
Hacking saves your time. Okay. So people love the journey of going to supermarket, and if somebody is doing the hard work, and you are literally doing the hard work.
Oh, thank you. So are you. Join me.
See, my thought process, my belief systems are something you can say yes, they are unique in quite 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 few ways, but you are really putting in the effort and like to resolve paradoxes going on hunger strike to really change the world. And now I have fair bit of idea how you are how you have structured your thought process. Okay, so like it's really amazing to see because people uh, across the globe are on uh, like great variety of spectrum, and to really AI or control narrative not take the advantage of them, you're really great going the distance.
Oh, thank
And
you.
that's like see, words are like yeah, whatever people want to understand.
Mhm.
It's like if people are comfortable in saying tea, chai, then you have to whenever you go in front of those people who speak tea
Exactly.
Okay. So, so this is what makes your work more and more profound, Mark.
Well, that's the work of
And
history.
I'm
Thank you. Hmm.
and I'm really see writing. Uh, it is going to be a very intellectual exercise, but it will happen. We are ready to do the heavy lifting. We are ready to do
That's right.
do the heavy lifting and resolve contradiction and paradoxes. I don't think there should be a problem in setting the narrative and changing the world according to that narrative.
I agree. And while you're saying that, and you're doing the heavy lifting too right now, just by handling this conversation so gracefully, most people get overwhelmed very, very, very quickly. And you can see too, Prashant, like there's a lot of stuff I have going, right? Like I'm getting Supreme Court updates. We just had a 3.5 hour meeting tonight with the guys in Kenya and Pakistan and India. They're going to try and build a biodome because we have to fix the fertilizer problems we can eat while we do all this. And then we have Aya coming in tonight with a breakthrough. As you saw, I'm trying to do this like new verification with the universal logic thing. Oh no, that's a different team. There's another AI expert you haven't met yet. So that's a different team. And then Marlena. There's us doing the wisdom team here. But all these wisdom teams in the government are all moving right now. Like there's movement, including the University of Alberta. They're trying to kick me out of my program so I don't influence them. And I have like literally like a week and a half to get into these courses before they kick me out, because the University of Alberta is a great place to be the first university to realign all the departments and all the disciplines in terms of the universal logic, right? But they're trying to get me out of there. They're trying to kick me out because I'm causing a massive amount of influence. Roughly, I've made millions of dollars of impact there already. Millions. I had a hunger strike in the center of the quad for 4 weeks straight, 3 times. Well, I had 4 hunger strikes in the quad. My longest one was 4 weeks long. And there's 10,000 students that pass through that quad a day. So over 28 days, that's a lot of, that's 280,000 views from 45,000 people. And they wrote posts about me, whatever. They all know about the hunger strike guy, every single one of them on the campus. So I've saturated the space, and it would be one of the top 100 universities in the world that we could probably influence to start restructuring itself if we could just get the professors and the board governors and all these researchers on board and saying, no, you need to follow this guy, and we need to be the first university that takes the example for all the others. Or we can try and go the top down. We can go to Harvard and try and get somebody from Harvard to do it. And I did email them 2 years ago when I was doing the Nobel Surprise. And I'm talking to a woman who has a double Harvard degree now, but she's not a philosopher. She's different. She's in psychology. But if we knew anybody, like all we have to do now is put out feelers into our networks and saying, hey, do we know anybody from Harvard? And our friends might not. They might be like, no, I'm not from Harvard. I don't know anybody, but I know somebody who might know somebody who might. So by the 3rd or 4th degree of separation, we will have somebody from Harvard, and probably Harvard's philosophy department, look at the proof of truth in the way that you and I are going to write it and say, wow, you're right. You did solve truth. You did solve the Munchausen trilemma. You did solve epistemology and ontology. And that's remarkable. And all it takes is for one guy to get excited, like me and you are right now. And then he will basically go to the University of Alberta and say, stop messing with this guy, give him an honorary degree, blah, 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 and they're going to fix all the crap here so we can influence the university to be the second university, and then, get Columbia, and then get all the Ivy Leagues, and then, get the other 15,000 universities around the world restructuring themselves in alignment with universal logic. And then if we do that, right, that's, universities are the ideological paradigm holders of our species. So if you change that layer, then everything else changes too. And that's why universities, right? So we do the journals influence the universities. There's a lot of avenues here. We just need to start getting the right people. So one thing we need to, that's why you writing your letter to me and vouching for this, and even vouching for even not just vouching for the proof of truth, but vouching for the Supreme Court case and vouching for the Messiah thing, like the Messiah marketing or the meta modes, all 5 levels of authority, vouching for the Nobel prizes. I call it the Nobel Surprise. I sent you that, right? That 10-hour video.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So vouching for all this stuff that sounds crazy, but when you actually sit down and listen to how bad the problem is that we're facing, this mega crisis, this is the only realistic solution. Right, and the only reason why it's realistic is because we have the proof of truth. That was the only thing that was missing to give us the authority, to give us the clarity, to let us know how to start a government in alignment with it, how to be precise with our words, like you said, chai. We need to be able to translate it into at least 133 major conceptual frameworks in human history, and roughly all 7,000 human languages, or at least the top 20 big ones, right?
Great.
Like,
I'll request you one thing.
Mhm.
Just share me the list of vouchers that you want me to put in the recommendation letter. I will make it accordingly that it makes that when people read it,
Mhm.
it makes them believe or like yes, that is practically possible.
Awesome.
Like,
That's
people tend to get overwhelmed
yeah.
with Messiah and all that wordings. So but I can try to make it in such a way that it becomes the first little step that people are able to uh, take take this concept and think that it's like glimmer of hope for possibility of change.
Exactly. Okay. That sounds divine. That actually sounds perfect. So what I'm gonna do here is maybe I'll write a quick little list of all the crazy stuff that I just said, and if you remember it too, you can as well. Nobel prizes, Messiah things. I think there's like 5 or 6 really big things that we have to get people to digest as a big pill to swallow. But if we contextualize it like I just did, and I did write that 100-page document in the. Did you fill out the core form? Oh yeah, you did. There's that Megacrisis document link at the top, and that Megacrisis document link has 100 studies, and then it kind of unpacks it a little bit. But if you think you can do it better in a couple of pages, then yes, we need to send that letter around to all of our contacts. If you endorse it, and you get like every time somebody says yes, I'll endorse it, and I send it to my sister and my friends, and saying, hey, look, I'm not crazy. This is actually the only realistic strategy, but not very many people are high enough to understand it. Then she'll start to believe in her.
And also, we can create some petition which people can sign it online, and we can create the momentum around this.
Yes, okay, that's a great idea actually.
And, yeah. And also, like, see, there's no novelty in poverty, Mark.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do one thing. I was thinking about that these list of paradoxes, and we can create one GoFundMe account, kind of. So like, because see, big things are not done. Like big things require resources. They will require you to move from one place to another, go to multiple visit multiple places and all that stuff, and it's going to cost.
Mm-hmm.
It will incur cost, and even when we when we are writing papers on meta stages resolving paradoxes, we are doing the heavy lifting, but we won't be doing the heavy lifting permanently. We need resources such as researchers around them, thinkers who are able to
Okay, I got an idea when you said that. Um, yes, I think doing a GoFundMe. I already have GoFundMe for my hunger strikes, and if people understand, that's another thing we got to make your letter make understandable is why this guy going on a hunger strike is important. Um, the what about your supervisor? Like, okay, you're on Inch. Number one, Inch is an amazing platform for all these high level people. I met you there. I met Harish. They're like, almost everybody I met there are jumping on board because they're high enough to understand this. So if you got on there and you started contacting, like, we can contact 10 people per day. If we somehow kept getting a lot of people on there, they seem to be high enough to handle this. So that's the best platform so far I could find. LinkedIn too. If you put posts on LinkedIn, are you on LinkedIn?
Yes, I'm on LinkedIn, but it's a very small profile. Nothing.
Okay, that's okay. Mine's pretty big. I'm gonna try and blast it on there. But what about you have your do you have a PhD or yeah, you have a master's? What do you have?
Masters, I have masters.
Okay, so your supervisor for your masters, can we contact them? And they must be pretty incredible if they, allowed you. Actually, what was your master's on? Was it on the like the Prakash principles or anything close to this?
No. It was on data science, background, data science and engineering.
Okay, so
So
it's not a degree in philosophy, it's a degree in
yeah. Philosopher I am by thought.
Okay.
So like, I love philosophy and I love to jostle with ideas in my thought.
So you do data science, so you can code and like we need to launch a digital platform, right? To do these special meetings. Is it possible to, do you know anybody that can help us build the platform this week too, very quickly with AI?
See, that would be difficult due to some already going on commitments I had, and but we can hire somebody and tell them what we want, and he'll do it.
Well, if you speak passionately, you can get people to give um, enough. Like, if people realize this is humanity's last stand, they're gonna probably stop working on whatever crap they're working on and start working on this. And you just say, hey, look, stop fooling around. Is your thing gonna solve the AI crisis or not? And like, well, it's gonna get some food for a couple of people. Like, well, you know what? If you built this digital platform for us, we can build global critical mass with like a bunch of Nobel nominations in a Supreme Court
Yeah,
case.
that
And
can be done.
okay, so
That can be done.
let's do that. If we can get
So,
the Mhm.
because see, if me and you are going to do each and everything, it will uh, become overbearing for both of us in some time. Probably uh, in a year or two. Okay, but if we are able to like gather a team
Mhm.
and like build it in a form of momentum, like see, nobody has resolved paradoxes. That's why they exist.
Yeah.
You know it. I know it.
Exactly.
Okay. If nobody has resolved paradoxes, it means that we are unique and we are rare.
Hmm.
Okay. And unique and rarity is if they these things are not able to raise funds or money to like build a team, then it's of no use. Okay. So like what we can do is uh, we can uh, raise in the form of grants that yes, look, we resolved Manchester trilemma. We wrote proof of truth, uh, uh, universal logic of truth, and uh, contradictions contradictions arising in philosophy. We are resolving those as well. So like we will resolve them, but in order to do that, we need certain resources and time. Okay, like 1 month time for each paradox, just $10,000
Hmm.
for one paradox. Okay, so this way, $10,000 for one paradox which has not been resolved, like Zeno paradox has not been resolved since 2000 years.
Mhm.
Okay, ship of thesis has not been resolved. Okay, and there are multiple paradoxes in philosophy that hasn't been resolved. If we are able to resolve it, and we want to do much bigger things as well. Okay, like coordinating and all that stuff, with people, going to events, going to uh, mm, uh, unique places, uh, which can help us in our movement. So that will require, I think, that will require resources.
Mhm.
We can uh, resources require certain degree of novelty and genuinity. You are genuine, I am genuine.
That's right.
Okay. We can, like, if we are able to uh, like raise even uh, like 20 paradoxes, $200,000, it's a very small amount for humanity. Okay.
Hmm.
So every in every 15 minutes we'll share, whoever has raised, whoever has like given us sponsorship, we will share the EOIs with them, either a preprint or a published paper.
Mhm.
Okay, so like first draft, second draft, third draft, and final resolution draft. We
Hmm.
can give them, we will share them DOIs. Okay, this way they get a feeling that they are not doing anything off fluke. They are doing the genuine work,
Mhm.
and this way it will help us. We can utilize that money to like hire team which can build applications, uh, software application or hardware application, whatever may be the need, and we can build a team around universal logic of truth. What do you say?
Yeah, we can do that. I was just thinking too, if you did write that letter, you don't have a. I thought you might have had a PhD in philosophy. It might not be enough to get my sister convinced. Do we know anybody that's an academic in philosophy in your circles? Or
No, I don't know anyone in philosophy. I know you.
me? Yeah, okay. And I don't have a PhD in philosophy either. That's the thing is I've 20 whatever years, but I took an unusual course. We need to find somebody who has those credentials that can understand this. You have a bunch of data scientist people that you must know because of your degree, your master's, right?
Yeah.
We might be able to do it through them, right? So as long as somebody has university education, usually they have family members that are in university too. I'm a rare case because I was the first to go to university in my family. I was poor, so I don't know anybody, except for my new connections. But if you reach out to a couple of them and said, "Hey, we have this really cool spirit platform idea and this patent for this global task management system to protect humanity," did I send either of those to you?
See, I do not have like connections much.
No, but I mean, just for the, we're gonna try and use the digital uh, academics, right? The digital coders, the what your master's is in. We're gonna try and ask them if they know anybody in their family or friends that are philosophy PhDs, and seeing if we can get them to come and pay attention to this, as
I'll
well
give
as.
you a very simple way to do this.
Mhm.
Okay. Uh, we can do, instead of this now, we can do is petition.
Mm.
We create one online petition on that website of yours, and we can create a form where philosophers they can say that if they are philosophers or not, or which discipline they pertain to, and there they can submit it in form if they are convinced with the work. Okay, this way you will have multiple philosophers from across the globe who will be saying or vouching for the work you are doing.
But the only problem though is getting the word out, right? That's the hard part. Is anybody can create a GoFundMe, but then when you send it out, how do you get people and these philosophers to come to it? Is the issue, and that's what I'm solving with these.
That's the easiest part.
How?
That's the easiest part. Uh,
How?
We can approach university professors. Okay, what we will do is we already have published the work. Okay, what we will do is we will ask the university professors to have like review from their department. It will basically help them brush up their and like what you call training ground. Okay, those university professors will share the research paper with students, philosophy students, and all that stuff. Okay, and then it will give us exact idea which student is like taking more like whatever review or critique articles anyone is making, he can he can publish it on Zenado and cite the paper as critique or review, and this way we will have like within 1 or 2 months we can have like uh, more than 10 to 12 review letters or critiques, very good ones from students.
Are you sure that's gonna work? Because I messaged all the top 30 universities and I only got 2 responses.
Nah, it's going to work. Don't worry.
Like, can you lead that? Like, are you sure? Because I already tried.
See, leading is like we can ask Marlena to lead that.
She won't do it. She's too busy and she's got suicidal tendencies. She's got really terrible situation on her hands. She's gonna help us out where she can, but unless we pay her $2,600 a month, she's stuck in her crap job, and she's coming in her spare time. She's trying to do whatever she can, but she's sinking too. She's not as free. She could be free. She's got some addictions and some problems, some pretty serious problems. So I don't want to put too much pressure on her unless we can free her. But with 27, like if I did raise $2,700 for her, $2,700 in Pakistan or India is, we could hire like 100 people for that, for half a month or something. So it'll be.
Don't go for such a small amount, Mark. It won't help. You know why I'm telling you this? Because if you are going for such small amounts, no, and it is a recurring amount. Okay, so like $2,700 every month we'll have to raise. Okay, so like let's do it like this. Like 1 year runway we need 5 core people. Okay, 5,000 or 2,000 or $3,000 each. Okay, 5 core people, $2,000 each is like $10,000, $120,000. In this, 4 people can survive. Okay, then comes employees. Employees or like research associates or who specialize in doing admin, marketing work. and that stuff. So like it could be done, I think, in like another 100K. Okay.
Well, yeah. We're trying to raise $1 million. You're right. I'm not saying it's only going to be 2,700. I'm saying if we got 207,000, well, you're right. If we can do it all, that'd be great. We have $100,000 book deal as well, by the way, that we can take this proof of truth and we can actually for $6,000 blast it on the top anthology lists around the world, and also write this holy book.
And you get that shape and charisma. Okay.
Okay.
You will have to like get back into that mode where you used to look very prime. Okay.
Well,
not weak and lean and thin.
then that's gonna hurt the Supreme Court case. So we'll have to get somebody else to play that role. But I think it could work. Like, I'm already in the top 100 magazine. It's a vanity magazine, unfortunately, but they're featuring me in a 2 days.
I tell you, if it hurts the Supreme Court case, do not worry. Like if somebody is getting stronger, okay, if somebody is getting more and more attractive, charismatic, and see, changing the world is like the ultimate. If changing the world is ultimate goal, then money doesn't matter because world is going to change anyway. You understand me?
No, you're misunderstanding course. Course determine judgments based on proportionality and how seriously you're committed to your case. If you're not committed to your case, the judges will throw it out and say you're not serious. So Hungerstrike has to be serious. And no, working on your case just because you have energy does not display risk. If you risk your life for your case, it makes a difference. Judges have to, in Canada, take your charter rights into account. And risking your life on a hunger strike is a very historically respected activity that tells the judge that this case is worth your life. You're willing to risk your life for a case. It might not get them to vote in your favor on the case, but it gets them to realize that your case is worth hearing. And that's the exact problem with my case, is that they're trying to throw it out before hearing it. And I'm telling the judges, no, I'm going to die if this case is not going to be heard. So it's very, very serious, and I've studied the issue a lot. So it's very important not to get rid of the hunger strike. I'm going to be in this magazine, and it's the top100magazine.com. So I'm a top 100 innovator in this magazine with a bunch of lawyers and doctors, and they're going to run the Messiah narrative in the paper. I convinced the editor, and she said, "You're right, Mark. This actually is the best marketing strategy." So initially she's like, no, we're not going to do that, Mark. We're a business magazine. Like we work with the S&P 500. We're Wall Street. We're New York City. And then when I explained it to her, she understood it. She's like, you're right. There is 5 modes of consciousness, and we do need to get the religious on board. And yeah, you have a really good answer. So she actually interviewed me, and we actually did it. So I'm going to be in the top 100 magazine on a 2-page spread as a top 100 innovator. In the middle of October, so I have to survive. I have to live for another 5 weeks. So that's my goal, is to survive another 5 weeks. But that means we're gonna have to get roughly 5,000 blessings every 6 days. So it's gonna start getting scary. So yeah, I'm willing to start scaling, and if you can start getting the university thing going, I've tried it. I don't have a lot of faith in it, but maybe you can get it started. I think we should focus on Duke University, but you don't have philosophy credentials, so they might not take it as seriously. But the contradiction list is important no matter what. So connecting the Nobel Prizes to the general contradictions to the pure being contradictions, that's sort of the list that I was going to put together next. It's just that I need to start getting the 140 blessings now, so that's kind of my prime focus. Is I'm giving you a lot of direction so that you know what to do, and then if you want to help make blessings, there's these meetings you can help host, and then you can actually learn God's government and all these types of blessings by making videos on the One World Spirit group to add momentum. Did you join the One World Spirit, the vegan meal plan group? Oh yeah, you already part of one meeting, but hosting the meetings is a different thing. But this Facebook group, you know, this is where we upload these special videos. And I'm trying to generate some momentum, but every time you make a video, you can give like 50 cents or something to the meal. Oh no, it's 140 blessings, so it would be like, what is it? It would be like 10 cents or something. Or you can skip a meal in solidarity with me, or you can donate to get the poor, or the not the poor, the exploited. I would say is probably the better word, right? In Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, they're exploited nations. So I don't know. You're from an exploited. Well, okay. So actually, you don't have to give anything. Um, if you do the blessing, uh, we would technically pay you to do the blessing, but you're hopefully fairly stable, because we were paying the freelancers $3 a blessing to make these things, to get them to learn the curriculum and start to train up. So if you did a couple, if you did 10 or something like that, 10 or 20, you would learn the system on how to unpack the two sacred sentences. So that's what I'm trying to get people to do, is to learn to unpack those two sacred sentences, so they can explain them to other people. But then it would also count as like 10 blessings towards the meals, the 140 blessings that are needed, and then instead of needing 130 or 141, and you're going to need 130, and then all these guys doing the meetings that you're in, each time they do a flow roll, that's one blessing. And so I'm trying to chip away at this. We have to technically get 15 blessings a day, actually 20 blessings a day almost, to pull this off in time. So that's kind of the focus now. And in between the blessings, we could be contacting people and building this spirit platform and getting the proof of truth ready for the philosophical review, planting the seeds in your networks and seeing, is there anybody out there that will do this philosophical thing with us, making the contradiction list. That's something I'm super excited about. I actually have a picture in my head of what it's going to look like. It's like on the bottom we'll have all 6 Nobel Prizes, and there'll be like 3 major contradictions in each one, like in a list, and then there'll be a top level contradiction that then connects to a more general contradiction that unites like two of the domains, and then that contradiction will be to a higher general contradiction, like the liar's paradox, and then another higher one, which is about pure being and ontology and epistemology, and that will unite all of them, all the Nobel Prizes underneath that one. I can see how they're all going to be connecting. So that's just a starting path. And if you did write a letter, and my sister saw that you were a digital expert, if you said that you think the digital platform is good and the patent is good, and you applied your expertise to data science, then that's more credible to her. She cares a lot about credentials because she's a surgeon. So if you were a philosophy with a PhD and then you vouched for my philosophy, the proof of truth, then it would mean a lot more to her. But because your master's is in a different area, she might not take that as, well, what does he know of philosophy? But well, he's a genius. This guy's understanding Hegel without Hegel. But she doesn't care because she doesn't understand. She just wants to see, well, where's his credentials to say he's an expert in this area, even though he's an expert in a different area. So that's kind of the problem we need to solve now in order for me to try and get even more support. But let's brainstorm it. Look at the patent. Look at the pictures. Don't read the patent. It's 200 pages. It takes forever. Look at the pictures. Each dot is a task. And that meeting that you were in, where they were like practicing the flow rolls, each one of those nodes can have multiple of those meetings inside it to discuss how they're going to achieve that task, as it shows the dependency tree to global wisdom teams that coordinate hundreds of millions of people to heal our planet. As these messiahs, god governments, all this luminaries, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so does that sound like a solid next step?
Yeah, that can be done. But see, I'll tell you, Mark. Right now, see, you there is like nom to be nominated for Nobel. So like there are 3 to 4 things that you are trying to like do right now.
Yeah.
Okay. You are trying to like get nominated for Nobel Prize. You are trying to coordinate with universities and theology experts. You are trying to write papers as well. Okay. And then you are trying to survive doing hunger strikes, hunger strikes,
Yeah.
and also you are trying to uh, in, get involved in Supreme Court case.
Yeah.
Okay.
And messiahs.
So like these all are like multiple things. Okay. And we uh, we while we are trying to do all these things, we do not have a month. We have following problems or following problems that we need to resolve. First is uh, like building a team. Second is uh, getting all kinds of networking going up. Third is participating in events. Uh, Fourth is resources such as financial or admin resources or financial resources. If we had like if we had resources or build a team, then doing all these 5 different things would have been more plausible. You are getting my point.
Well, the thing is, it's a miracle that I have all of it going, right? Like I pulled it off. I've been doing this for 3 years, so I got all of it going. But now we do need to get a team going, and that's what the flow rolls were. Like everything happens in meetings, right? So if you helped come in and help to host these meetings and brought people in and trained up the next people, and I have 50.
See, I'll tell you, Mark, I am also occupied with multiple things.
Okay.
Okay. So like resolving paradoxes, writing papers. It's not like uh, this I do for intellectual pursuit. Okay. Next is my startup. Third is family. Fourth is like I'm also involved in some lots of NGOs working in like making uh, cleaning water water resources, uh, helping in soil, making retailers retailers AI ready. Retailers are basically departmental store owners, making them AI ready, uh, building tools. So like multiple things I'm also involved in.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying, see, jumping, uh, we can have certain degree of overlap. Okay, we can have certain degree of overlap, but that overlap needs to be coherent enough that it does not basically world will start collapsing, and if you step this side, your world will start collapsing.
Mhm.
Okay, so it should not be like that. I believe, and if you really think all these doing all these things are plausible in like 2 months or 6 months, 6 months, then you should figure out how you are going to like resource and how you are going to do resource allocation plus getting those resources as well is a challenge.
That's
I
absolutely
hope
right. Okay.
I hope I'm not like assuming
Well, no,
it.
you're saying stuff that I already know, right? So, okay, let's re-strategize. If you know how to make sense of these things and write them in a letter, that'd be great. And it would still help to have somebody say that the universal logic makes a lot of sense, and you can explain why. Those two things are still very valuable. Yeah, if you can prod around and see if there's any philosophy people that could help us, that'd be great. Yeah, there's a lot of plates spinning, but it's building. Uh, so I'll try and get that all worked out, and at least you know how to explain why this is incredible to people. If you want to put the list together, you can. I'll try and do that myself, and I need to cook this last meal though here. So it looks like the philosophical review might have to wait for a second until we can find somebody with credentials to get us in there. But it's not worth it. It's not. It's worth trying to try and get your letter. To my sister and see if she might take it seriously, or my friend. But let me strategize about that a little bit more. I'm going to take a little bit of a nap for an hour. I'm going to wake up, make some Moroccan food, and I'm going to eat it tonight. Go to sleep, wake up for the morning. The other guys are working on the meetings right now, and then I'm going to go to the courthouse tomorrow, file a couple lawsuits, and then start working on the blessings and getting this paid for. I just got like I said, $200 donation. So I'm going to hire a bunch of freelancers, and hope they can get. We'll have just enough money, I think, to get them all going. Like just enough to get 140 at $3 a piece. So they gotta get going though. They gotta make like oh my gosh, I might have to make like 20 blessings a day. It might not be realistic for them to do. I'm gonna have to hire multiple people. Okay, so that's gonna be my priority, and then if you get some time to organize the contradiction list, like I said, in terms of pure being, like, do you know where Hegel's table of contents is actually? Did I send it to you? Let's see here. And then if you look at the patent and see if you think that there's anybody who would be inspired to want to code that, that's something that could be making use of your master's degree a little bit maybe, because it is pretty robust. It has 18 novel inventions in it. And I wrote 29,000 lines of code, so I got it running. I actually have the code on the server side and the back end, and also the database. Um,
I know somebody who can help, but uh, uh, I can speak to them. Can you share me the link?
I already did. It's in the chat there. The Spirit platform and the patent link are in there. So take a look at that, and yeah, let me think about the contradiction list a little bit more. Here's the Hegel table of contents. So you'll see each one of these words is a contradiction, and we need to line it up with known contradict or how philosophy typically talks about them. So you're going to see where it says being. That's where we're going to start making the contradiction list. Right here. This table of contents is actually God's mind, technically. But ordinary people can't see it. They don't understand why it's absolutely amazing that Hegel put those words in that order. It is shocking. When I still have a memory on my bed looking at this table of contents and be like, why is this? None of the words make sense. Like, why did he put them in this order? It's a totally random order. Why does anybody think that this is incredible? And now that I understand the inner unity of them, it's God's alphabet. It's the perfect order. And I just remember the two sides of myself being like, wow, I understood the interconnection. Like, I felt dialectical. I knew all this stuff about myself. But the fact that he actually determined it, he actually wrote it down. He didn't just speak about an aphorisms is the amazing thing here that's going to save us right now. So each one of these items is a contradiction that he's going to be solving. And so that's sort of the cheat sheet. So we need to make that list and start publishing on that. And I might even publish an academia.edu and like send out the anthology on there too, to kind of like start getting supercharged interest. Plus this top 100 magazine, plus there's like a $200, 400 magazine thing that we could advertise. So I'm hoping to get a couple of people from each one of those. I just got to get enough blessings to survive till then. So the fundraising is definitely on fleek. We have the San and the other guys are looking at their parents and trying to raise money too. So okay, let me get a little bit of shut-eye right now, and then I gotta eat, and then I'm back on the Hungerstrike. And then we'll just have to dance and see one day at a time what you think of the patent, what your friend thinks, plant some seeds, see if we can get our PhD person in philosophy, and I'll keep trying to fundraise this $3,000 for Duke. Okay?
Sure.
Okay, and yeah, all these other projects, I'm curious what they are. If you have a list of them, then maybe we can get them going in the wisdom teams, because if they're working on water, that's what the biodomes are sort of doing. All these other projects could be tied together as an intergovernance model that can coordinate resources much better on an international scale. But okay, let me see what you get done, and I'll try and do as much as I possibly can. And I'm still just shocked that you understand all of these things. It just is mind-blowing. I wish universities paid more attention to actual wisdom and not just credentials. It sucks. But
no worries. If you want me to ghostwrite it, I can do that as well.
yeah, go ahead and try it. If you got some time, go ahead and try. Doing the outreach though and finding more people, that's another big deal. You gotta get that started too. So I do have 25 people.
Because if it would help, I can ghostwrite it for you. Like it will be all your name, your being,
Okay.
proof of truth.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, we can put your name in there too. But yeah, go ahead. If you feel inspired and it's coming to you intuitively, then there's a reason why Spirit is doing that.
See, whatever academics like, or like if you think there would be many eyebrows raised due to my credentials in computer science,
Yeah.
then we can put your name.
Yeah, but my credentials in philosophy are not high enough, right? Like I don't even have an undergraduate degree. They're forcing me to graduate now, so I guess now I do have one. But I took 13 years in university, all part-time, open studies, and was in physics initially, and then transferred into philosophy. And then I ended up understanding Hegel, and then I made the breakthrough, and I united all of philosophy. And now we just don't. My original plan was that I was going to go back to school, get my degree, get my PhD over 6 years before AGI got into our species in 2029, which was the original prediction. But now we're like 5 years ahead of that, 4 or 5 years ahead of that, and now there's no time. Now we have to find the PhDs, get them convinced, message Harvard. We only need one Ivy League person to vouch for this, like you have, and we're off to the races. I don't know if there's somebody in Pakistan we can contact, somebody in India that'd be easier to contact. We just need some kind of academic in philosophy, and then get them to say, "You're right, you guys, this is incredible," and then get them to help us like skyrocket it, and they'll know the right people too. So we just need to find them, and my connections are all tapped out. I've already tapped so many people. I've messaged all 30 Ivy Leagues already. Not with the proof of truth, But the Munchausen trilemma 2 might be something interesting. Let's think about that and see if we can find somebody, like keep our minds open, and then usually the universe brings them. We're not going to be able to know how exactly, but let's just see what happens day by day.
Sure.
Okay.
So what I will do is refine the proof of truth paper.
Okay.
Refine the proof of truth paper
Mm-hmm.
and ghostwrite it for you, and then all of the other papers I'll for them as well. I'll ghostwrite it, and you you publish it, and like you can raise the funding around it,
Okay.
and like that's how it should work then. What do you think?
Well, you can try and do that. Sure, if you feel inspired to do that, try that, and we'll see. We'll see. Because I'm not sure if you can make it sound better. Do that, and if you can make the other stuff sound better too, like in terms of the Messiah stuff, and make sense of that. Now that you're seeing it from the outside, translating that in a way that people would understand would be. I'm interested to see how you would do it compared to how I have been doing it. So go ahead and take that approach, and then we'll see. We think we'll pass by Marlena and see if it makes a difference for her too. And that sounds like a beautiful next step. Like this is, the fact that you even know how to read it and write it is astounding. So try that, and we'll see what we can do next. There was one more thing I want to say to you. There was one more thing. Don't use AI, because if you ghostwrite it with AI, then it can't be published as easily or if at all. So be careful with that.
Sure.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Let me take a.
That would take time, some time, because my usual practice is like I jot it down on pen and paper.
Okay.
Okay, and then to make the concept flow, and then write about it.
Okay. Well,
Okay, this is my usual flow. AI I used to use it for sparring.
Okay.
Sparring of understanding the fundamentals, strip down the fundamentals, understanding what was the point of view. So for that thing, I use AI for.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as you're ready, yeah, go ahead.
So that's what makes it original and novel. Thoughts. Original thoughts make them original.
Okay. Well, as long as you're writing it at the end, then and it's not coming up with totally new stuff. Like you can see, I already used AI to write a lot of those anthology papers. So I've already used AI there, but it's because it's based on an original work. It's just translating an original work, and that's why I'm going to be able to pull it off. It's because it wouldn't have never written those papers if it didn't have my original one. So that's how I'm going to say it with the journal. So that's why I might still do it on academia.edu and just get it out there. But yeah, otherwise these bigger, I still want to make a strategy to publish in all these bigger journals, like the top 100, and then fundraise for that as a goal. And we just gotta find how to start that, like ASAP.
See, there are a list of contradictions. Share the list of contradictions. Create one HTML page. Okay, on create one page on your website that we are going to resolve this universal logic of truth is going to resolve so and so paradoxes. Okay, and we are raising to do it. We are raising like so and so dollars. Like initially, we are raising $200,000 for resolving 20 paradoxes.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get on that here as soon as I can. And we'll see. I'm curious to see how that'll work out because it is a cool kind of idea, and I was thinking of doing that too. Except, well, yeah, we can just put the structure in and just say, yeah, we're gonna be solving all these 200 contradictions and universals, and technically it's with
First,
the
initially tell less. Okay, initially tell like our first target is these 20 paradoxes in this order. Okay, and if you want to like make it like if you want us to work on any particular paradox, uh, you can tell us. We can prioritize that.
Yeah, even
if you do.
exactly. Even just organizing them, I'm finding will actually be a very helpful thing. So that's it. Like where does the Munchausen sit? Where does the liar's paradox sit? Where do they sit in terms of the ontological structure of the universal logic? That itself would be novel. So yes, building that list would be good. I'm just gonna get the blessings done first, and then I have to even I want to look over the contradictions that I even created there and like get the Nobel Prize ones connected in. So it's all in there. And so all I have to do is sit down, order it, get you to help go thread it, refine it, and then put a GoFundMe together and then start fundraising. If you think you can put that GoFundMe together before I can, then go ahead.
No, you can.
Okay, I got it. So once I'm done I have to sleep right now. I'm gonna cook and then I'm gonna do the meeting in the morning. Then we're gonna go to the courthouse and then when I come back, I'm gonna do the blessings. Then after the blessings, I'm gonna try and do the next part of that. And then yeah, hopefully I'll get something out. Okay. I need to sleep, Prashant. It's 2 in the morning here, or it's 1 in the morning. So I'm gonna sleep till 2, and then I'm gonna eat till 3, and then I'm gonna go to the meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know what happens.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, Prashant. Peace. Damn it. Ugh. Something here. Why is this thing? Oh, let's see. Okay, September 5th, 2025, 1:10 a.m. Mountain Time. All right, so I'm exhausted. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Hmm. Oh no, it's a little bit late. Ugh. Okay, Marco. I'm exhausted. That was a nice little dive into. Mm. They're still good. Okay. I'm just trying to find where I put the tangent FP and the V. Oh. Yeah, I took a call for an hour and 40 minutes, which I wasn't planning to take tonight, so I'm about 2 hours behind. So let's see if I can get this done. I'm exhausted. I can't find the tangent recipe. I thought I saved it. I might just have to just do it after. I think I have to just give myself a little break here and just sleep until the morning meeting. Go to the courthouse and come back. It's not ideal. I'm just committed, and I have to realize that I'm I care a lot about other people, and I want to push the limits, and I want to know that I did my best, so I want to keep pushing, but I'm having a hard time. Oh. Yeah, I think I've learned too much. It's 3 in the morning, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 4 more hours of sleep. I could try do the meeting tomorrow, cook for a couple hours, and then go to the courthouse after that. I could do that. I think I'm gonna have to do that. I've let that cook for 2 hours. Okay, it's bedtime. I I didn't realize that. Okay, well we have saffron that we can put in the couscous. I put the saffron one in the other thing. Tangent though. Hmm. I knew I should have got the turnip. Darn it. bread. Whoops. Bob's. Is it anything? It's the same, just normal bread. So all these names are all just the same thing. eating. I'm gonna know how to cook it. The bread, everything. We'll let it simmer in my subconscious, I guess. Okay, done. Okay, yes, we're going to go to sleep for a little bit. where clean up around my cooking spots. So when I wake up, I'm just gonna wake up and just do the meeting, start cooking. Ugh. Had to have some kind of meal here, just to tie me to the next meal, I guess. Alarm is set properly 10 minutes before instead of 2 minutes before. 6:50. All right. Let's put it there. Let's rest there. A little bit. Oh, there we go. Right. It really is a strange thing to eat so much and still feel so weak. It's weird, but it is what it is. All right, night. Thanks for being with me. Omega-3. A lot of tahini, so I might as well throw in some omega-3. You see this? What's it? Oh, what? Ouch. It was in my sock. It's somehow dried. I think it might have been when, maybe when that glass broke. Anyway. It's just a nick. Nothing major. I know it looks bad, but it's always darkest before dusk. Darkest before dawn. Shoot, I have a meeting today. Well, if tangent is clipped, I don't have. somebody that I'm supposed to give a wake up call at 5 in the morning to, and I just realized we're 15 minutes from that, so I sent her a message. Now I'm going to sleep for real. She's having a hard time. This woman is having a hard time resetting her life, so I was trying to help her life coach. Non-stop distractions. You see this? Oh, interesting. The day's getting a little bit too packed now, but it's intentional, right? You can hang up for one more day. gosh. Oh man. I'm trying my best here. I don't think this Morocco meal is gonna happen. Awesome, son. Okay, if you want to be the main exec, Nawaz signed up for co-exec, so might as well set up the timers and practice. Let's do it.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
I'm exhausted, but I'm okay. I'm happy to see you here. How you doing? Okay. Let's see if we can get it all set up before 7, and then I'm gonna try and do my full flow rolls too, which I've been slacking on. So let's see here. Mm, Good job, good job. Okay. Son, are you able to push on my screen and turn on my sound? Are you able to do that? Or is it only me that can do that? Oh, okay, I guess I'm gonna... Can you turn on the music? If you click on the screen of the pumpkin one?
Yeah.
You can? So turn on the sound?
The sound.
Okay, shoot, that means it's only my account that do it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay. Now, since we're early, actually what we're gonna do is I'm gonna reset the server. Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah, sure.
we're 7 minutes in, so what I'm gonna do, what kind of computer are you running right now, son?
Using HP Windows.
You're using a Windows computer?
Yeah.
If you go to command, do you know how to use the command line and all that? Are you familiar with anything like that?
Yeah.
You are? If you go, I'm gonna post in the chat. Oh, you have to reset the server.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show you how to do that. There's a set of commands which is pretty simple. Okay, so if you go to command and you go into here where the server is. Great. Okay, Mavali, what role do you want to be? You're not in the schedule right now. Oh, I didn't get your email. That's why. Can you put your email in the chat, Mavali?
In the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat if you can.
Okay.
And actually, I could actually just do this in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Ugh. Okay, you got it open?
So I should the command line.
Yeah, put that in the command line, and it should ask you. It should ask you for a password. Okay, you got it. Okay. Which meeting are we on right here? It is the 5th. 78.1. So it's gonna ask you for the password. So if you look in the back chat, do you see it there?
It's about chat.
Oh,
It's about chat.
I invited you to WhatsApp last night, and I invited you to the back chat, but you should have got a text message.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Let me check it out quick.
Oh,
Just
yeah, go ahead, check it out. It says Nawaz, Hamza, and I are in it. But for you, okay, here I'm gonna put. You can? Okay, you can. Okay, look in the chat. This is the that's the link. Click on that and see if it opens up for both of you, Mavali and Yusan. Thank you, Mavali. I got your email here. Great, good. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, perfect. Whew. Yeah, add yourself to that chat. Okay. Okay. And once you're in there, you'll see the password. We'll have to start a little bit late again today, but that's okay. Nawaz signed up today. He's supposed to be in here. What happened to him? Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. Do you see the last message there? Okay, I know. I see it here. I'll resend the last one. It's playing it. It's playing it now. Okay. Okay. Got it. You see it there?
Yeah.
So for the password, put that in there, and then it should open up. Okay, and Mavali, is your computer and stuff running today? Really well?
The administrator is not recognizing the internal or external.
The external command. Do you want to share your screen and
Yeah, sure.
okay. And I'm gonna put on the green scene. Yeah, if you want to be the co-exec Mavali today and do reminders, that would be great.
I believe so.
What's that? Say again?
This is this is the it's
You can't or you can? You can. Okay. Perfect. Great. Yeah, I can see your screen now, son. So you're in the. Oh, is that the command? Okay. So what you have to do now is. I'm just opening it up. SSH is not recognized. Administrative command prompt. We did this once before.
Did it work?
With another guy, yeah, we did it. Let me see. We can try and type it into ChatGPT and say what it says.
Okay.
Yeah. We might as well figure this part out because it's kind of convenient, especially if we're going to be doing these regularly. So we are going to start a little bit late, but let's see if we can get it done within the next 10 minutes in the fudge time. I'm wondering if there's something that Mavali can do while he's waiting. Well, Mavali, what kind of computer do you have right now? Do you run Windows, Mavali, or do you run?
Okay, I run Windows. It's actually lawful, but I don't know the version very well.
Okay. That's okay. Let me see here. So if you're paying attention to what San is doing, he's trying to figure out how to basically restart the server, because the donation history doesn't have a button that clears it easily. How do you SSH in Windows to access this? Okay. If you have to go on Windows, follow these steps. Oh, you have to go to a PowerShell or terminal. You have to press Windows plus R, and then you type CMD.
Let's enter.
Yeah, does it bring up the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, it does. Okay, and then it says, yeah, now paste it in. Wait a second. Yeah, paste it. Yeah, paste that. Enter. No, you're putting it in twice. Only put it in once.
Okay.
Yeah. SSH is not run it. Is saying SSH not. What did it say? Not recognized?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's saying if you get that error.
Let's see PowerShell.
It says open SSH is not installed or not in your system path. So to fix this, you have to install SSH. Yeah, and it says go to start, go to settings, go to apps, go to optional features. Scroll down the list till you see open SSH.
So I installed SSH first.
Yeah, I thought you Windows would have had this by default. That is surprising. Make sure a developer one makes sense. Okay. It says that you should be able to do it from if you go to your start menu and then go to settings.
Yeah.
And then go to apps. Oh, looks like you might have it yet. So settings, go to apps, and then go to optional features. Or if you might be able to see it here somewhere if it says open SSH, no? Okay. So it says, yeah, go to optional features. It says go to settings, apps, optional features. So there's no optional features, is there? There it is. And then it says open SSH. Okay. If it's not listed, yeah, it says go to add a feature. And then type in open SSH. Yeah. Or just type in the search box. It says in the search box, type in open SSH. And Mavali, I don't know if you can follow along and try and do the same thing. Yes, got it. And then click install. Remove.
For secure management and access remote machines.
No, click close. Oh, just click close. I think it is added. No, keep it selected and then click close. Welcome Uswa. Yeah, try and keep it open. So Uswa, good to see you. I guess we can try and do the main influencer again if you don't mind. We're just trying to get actually. Uswa, what kind of computer do you run? Do you run Windows or do you run Linux or Ubuntu? Yeah, you gotta type in OpenSSH again. You're on Ubuntu, okay. So on Ubuntu, I'm gonna add you to the back channel. I totally forgot to do that. There's another chat that we have open that we can discuss the meeting with. OpenSSH. Huh?
SSH.
Yeah, OpenSSH.
Yeah.
Now click on that, yeah, and now just click close. I wonder if I did anything. View or edit option. So view, can you click on the view features? Oh, same thing. Sort by none. See available features. Okay, is it in there?
Yeah.
So it is available. So try and go back to your command line and try and type it in again. Oh, you might need to restart the terminal. Yeah, restart it. Like close your terminals. Like just close them entirely. Okay. Yeah. And now try it again. Command, yeah. Okay. It says external command. It says is not recognized. It is an external command. I think you might have to turn on administrator position permissions.
Okay.
Well, it says you might have to restart your computer. Not sure that. Check if the SSH is in your path. Go to PowerShell. Type in where SSH.
Wire.
Yeah.
Big PowerShell.
What's that?
PowerShell.
In PowerShell, yeah. And yeah, hopefully this way you can send out the morning email while we're figuring this out. We will be a little bit late on this meeting. That's okay. I'm still trying to get enough blessings to revive. So the more that we do, the better. Oh man, I thought this was gonna be a 5-minute thing. Okay.
Yeah. So what should I type in PowerShell? The same thing?
It says where SSH. So WHERE. Or try that too. Try that and see if it'll still work. No? What did it say? Okay.
That's the name of
Okay, type in where SSH.
where.
Yeah. A space. SSH. Yeah. Right. Nothing. Okay, go to the other one, the other terminal. Yeah. And then type it in there too and see if it makes a difference. Choose the one that was beside choose the B word that was beside the A word yesterday. It's not saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. This is bizarre. Let me see here. We're gonna spend all meeting just trying to do this, it looks like. Let's see. It's not type anywhere. Okay. Let me see here, guys. So it confirms that OpenSSH is not installed or the system can't locate it. So, let's see here. It says restart your PC. So you might just have to restart your computer, because you might have installed it when you typed it into the shell somehow. So maybe just restart it and then we'll see if that fixed it.
Okay.
We'll see in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So Uswa, are you playing the green screen or is that my green screen? That's my green screen. Okay. So that's the lead. Okay. So for the other flow role, I think Uswa, it'd be nice if you did maybe all three of the influencer roles, if that's possible. Let me see here. Uswa. Okay. Yeah, Nawaz didn't show up today. So if you tried to do all three, I wonder if that would be too hard. Let's do this. So you got that one. Okay, so do you see the checklist there for the influencer? Down at the bottom. So it says send out the daily email. Hopefully that got done. And then you're gonna see the blessing, and then you're gonna pull up the guide, the presentations and stuff like that, and then tell a relevant joke during the meeting. And the quote exec is how to influence and influence people. Play the song at the end, and then tell a relevant joke again. Okay, so if you want to do the Coco exec, you're gonna do the emojis, and then you're gonna play the jazz music or the green screen, and then you're gonna put 4 fresh song choices in the chat from each generation. So try and do the Coco exec, and then look over that list in co-influencer, or not Coco influencer, not Coco exec, Coco influencer, and then once you have that one down, then you can go to the co-influencer. Okay, and Mavali. Mavali. It's going to do the reminders, keep track of voting reset button. Yeah, just hang tight, I guess, in the volley. The Coco exact is really gotta pay attention on that one. I hope San's computer doesn't have to do an update. Then he's sitting there for like half an hour trying to get his Microsoft Windows to update. It would be good, San, if you were practicing. Well, San, you might as well practice the lead exec too and how to create the timer. So open up the copy the links that San posted in the chat and paste them again, like copy them and then paste them in the chat and then pin them. So practice pinning, because when you pin them, they'll stay open for other people who come in. So try and do that first of all, and then if he's still not in here, then you can learn how to create the timers like Uslan knows how to do. Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through? Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Uswa, are you doing the Coco influencer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how come the green screen's not up yet?
Yeah, again.
Oh, sorry. You're doing the email. I forgot you're doing the email. Sorry, keep going, Uswa.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, my bad. Oh, San's back. Okay, so San, try the screen again. Well, Wally was gonna try and start the timers while he's sitting there. Okay. Hopefully this works. And if not, then I'll just have to reset it for this meeting. Okay, what does it say there? It says, where is not recognized? What in the heck? Could not find file. Oh, you have to choose run as administrator. Yeah. You have to press Windows plus S. And then type in PowerShell. Yeah, and then type in Windows PowerShell. And then you have to right click on the Windows PowerShell and click choose run as administrator. You have to press Windows plus F for search and then type in PowerShell. Yeah. And then go back to the search bar for a second. Yeah, search and then type in PowerShell. And right click on it before you open it. Just yeah, perfect. Run as administrator. Yeah. Okay, and now try to where SSH. Okay. Okay, type in get command. So type in GET, but put a dash right after it, and then command, and then space SSH. No, command has to be full on COMMAND. Yeah, 2 M's though. Yeah, command, and then space SSH. But you gotta put a space SSH, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat here for a second. Get. Okay. The term SSH is not recognized. Yeah. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Did you find it in the chat there? Okay. You can hear your kid in the background. Is that your kiddo? Sounds sweet. Okay. Yeah, and the chat just says get command there. Perfect. Let's see if that will work. Okay. Okay. Not working. Okay. Well, something's not working here. Okay, Us was questioning it. Yeah, just turn it down. We're put on the green screen now. Usa, because we're in the start of the meeting, and then we'll just turn the music on. I don't know what to say. This is bizarre. Okay, so I'll just reset the timers then for right now. And then hopefully we can get it figured out some other time. So I'll log in here and okay, and okay. The password is flow timer. So when you do get it to work, it'll give you that, and you just cd to the right folder, and then you have to stop the server, and then using PM2, and then you got to start the server. And now if you open it up, it should work, and the donation history is cleared. And now you can just create the timers from scratch. So we're 24 minutes into the meeting, so try and set the timers to perfect time, Lavali or San, and try. It's hard to set up the timers when you're like halfway into the meeting, but try anyway. Yeah, go ahead, San.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's the exact time that you remain. The total time to be 26, 25 minutes. And then the part time 10 minutes. Oh.
Yeah, well, normally if we start late, I consider the fudge time burned off, so we can take off 10 minutes there. If you take off 10 minutes from the fudge time, and then you take off, there's 4 of us in here, right? So each one of us gets 12.5 minutes. If you take off the fudge time, which is 10 minutes, and you take off my time, which is 12.5 minutes, that's 22.5 minutes, and then take off 3 minutes of your time, and then you'll be on time. So set the remaining time to 35 minutes left in this meeting, the total time. And this is pretty good practice too. And Uswa, can you switch your jazz screen to the green screen? If you type in green scenery music on YouTube, instead of jazz, and pull up the cat trumpet one. If you could. Okay. And then yeah, make one for fudge timer, which is 0. So I'll just help you out here. Yeah, fudge is 0. Okay, and then set mine to 0 too. I'll just do mine. And then the other ones you will set to 12 and a half. So mine, San, hers, and then Uswa's is 12 and a half. Okay. So there we go. It's almost set up, and I'm helping you out here. Like that. And then Mavali, can you create a cycle timer? Do you know what I mean by that, Mavali?
But I don't know how to say the cycle.
Okay, if you go onto the timers, if you click on the timer link, can you do that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and then scroll to the top.
Yes, yes.
And then there's gonna be a button there. You're gonna set that to 1 minute.
For me or the cycle time.
The default timer, you'll see the default time on the top. You're gonna set that to 1 minute, 1:00.
Okay, okay.
And Sonia, I guess Sonia's supposed to make the music and the introduction timer. Okay. Okay, son. Are you doing it, son? Did you type in 1 and then you press the plus button and it should create the timer? 4 fresh songs. Good job, Uswa. Good job. And yeah, you can just use ChatGPT to pick a song from each generation. Crazy love, respect. Okay. Judy Garland. Oh, I love that. Over the Rainbow. It's a great song. Okay, so we should be burning somebody's time while we're doing this. So we have to burn yours time, son. And we've burnt 4 more minutes, so we'll bring you down to 9:05. Okay. Okay, now we should be on pretty much perfect time. And then music introduction, great. So Mavali put a 1 minute timer, and then Mavali put in cycle 1 check-ins as the title of that timer. And Uswa, can you hear me, Uswa?
Yes, sir, I'm hearing.
Okay, do you know where it says your jazz music share screen? Okay, that's only for before the 10 minutes before the meeting. Now that we're in the meeting, switch it to the green screen.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You got it here. And Mavali, if you can rename the timer of that. Oh, you did. Perfect. Good job. Okay, so we're all set up. Mavali did it. Perfect. So now, son, we're pretty much set up.
Yeah.
And now you know what to do.
Yeah. Just a minute. Second.
Okay.
all set. And again, it's a privilege to have you all on time. Yeah, this place is honor. We really honor time. Time is everything. Um, just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, and again, I say it's a privilege to have you all here, and we honor time. We kick it in time, and we end it in time, because time really matters. After all, time itself, after all, the self is time itself. Have you ever realized when you're having fun, time is really moving fast? Time is flying, yeah? This is the opportunity where we are going to experience that in this meeting. You have a chance. Somebody just whispered, okay? Seriously now, here we have, this is what you do at One World Spirit. At One World Spirit meetings, follow sacred time, empowering people with rights, law, One World Spirit is activate code. Our servant, meetings are fair, it's time, team here, which are let them to introduce themselves. Let's start with exit. Then
Do you want to be the co-exec actually as well? And try and do the donations while you're doing the timers. Try and do both of those and see if you can do them.
okay.
Okay, try it.
Yeah, thank you, Sahan, which is myself again. Thank you for the opportunity. With you, also your co-exec. I'll keep the track of voting. Reset the button, update the charts with the exact links, and then do the donation quickly and point out the second link and that in the chat. Thank you. Coco exec.
Oh, Mavali, you might be on mute.
Okay, my name is Muvali Brad, and I believe I'll be your Coco exec. And actually, I'll be sending out 1 minute 30-second time reminders in chat, create new cycle timers, and 1 minute vote reminders. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess I'll be the relationship builder, so I'll make sure you feel loved and across your love and life areas, and I'll also be the strategist to keep track of goals and ideas. And my name is Mark McCormick, and I'm done.
Okay, my name is Uswa from Pakistan, and today I want to be a influencer, co-influencer, and co-influencer also. And I want to send my blessings to those who are feeling alone and silently carrying their weight of the struggles and problems, and especially to the people who serve with many problems. And now take a deep breath and hold it for 10 seconds. So hold on. Now release it. Just like that, and let go of what no longer serves us. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. I think Asif was the last person to talk here.
Yeah, she's done. That's the cycle. It's Uspa actually. She's using her brother's computer.
Okay, that's very nice. Now, we do the check-in because already Asif has done the blessing, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's basically right. Well, did you check for a vote? Did you see if anybody voted to see if they have a preference for what anything should be?
Nobody. But I'm banning Russo time. I guess somebody can donate some time to me. Yeah?
Yeah, Mavali has time. So Mavali, can you donate time to all of us or Uswa?
Okay, I can do that, like besides minutes, like eat for yourself.
Perfect.
So, okay.
and you can Uswa, can you donate a couple of minutes to the fudge timer just to give San some practice and maybe like a minute or two for me. I guess San can do that too, but Uswa's a trained exec, so she can try and do it. Okay. And I did vote, and say the vote because it's not straight turn. We're gonna try and do directive and see if that helps. Okay. Okay. Great. Good job, Uswa. Oh, great. So Uswa gave her time. Excellent. So we're all pretty much set to go for check-ins. But did you see my vote? Uh,
Yeah, sure. So you voted for 1 minute, yeah?
but what's the style? What's the form?
Directive.
Okay, and what does directive mean? Do you remember?
Directive, yeah.
But what does it mean? If you explain it to people.
Directive stand is where we don't pick randomly. So the next person is being appointed.
Exactly. Okay, so introduce the cycle that way. Say we're done the introductions. Now we're gonna do we're gonna start the next cycle, which is called check-ins. We're gonna do 1 minute directive, and if you're new here, directive just means once you're done your 1 minute, and you'll see Mavali put warnings in the chat. You're gonna choose the next person within the last 10 seconds of your turn, and choose somebody who hasn't spoken yet. So try and introduce the cycle like that, and see what happens.
Okay, thank you. We have done the introduction. Now you're moving to the next, and then that's the check-ins. And then we are going to do the direct stand. For those who don't know the direct stand, it's where you have 1 minute to talk, and before this 1 minute elapses, you have a chance to appoint the next person, and then you appoint someone who has not even talked, and like that. So we get it rolling.
Okay, and then you also want to say you give yourself a rating from 0 to 10, and if they're all new people with you, then you'll just demonstrate first. You'll be the person to do the check-in sign. It's like, okay, since nobody knows how to do this, I'll show you, and then you'd be the first one to do it. But if you're in a room of experienced people like us, then you can just pick any. You pick the person who came to the meeting first, which would be me, and then I'll pick the first, and so we'll try that.
Okay. So since everybody here is experienced and know that, I'll pick Mark to start.
Okay, great. And now, Mamali, let's be in the ball, and you're going to start the 1 minute timer, and then make sure to switch to my timer instead of Uswa's. We've been burning Uswa's timer the whole time for some reason instead of Fudge time. We should have been burning Fudge time instead of her time. So you might have to put like 3 minutes back on her timer, which I will do. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so start my timer, and then make sure to reset the vote as the co-exec, San, so that I can vote in the next cycle. And let's all try and vote too on when we're done the check-ins. So, okay, San, start the cycle timer, and then, or Mavali, start the cycle timer. Press play, and then switch. Yeah, now switch to my time, San, and turn off Fudge time. Great. All right, so my check-in and get ready to do the reminders. Mavali, so I'm feeling like I have a really hard night. I feel a little bit behind, but I came in early. It was a rough night, to be honest, really rough. So I'm gonna give myself like a 7 because you guys came in and we're doing pretty good despite finding this problem with the server. Great job, Mavali. And so yeah, I'm feeling like probably a 7. And I'll be eating I sort of cooked my last meal last night, so I feel like my hunger strike is going too long. So I'm going to be cooking it right after this or going to the courthouse. I'll see how I feel. And with my last 10 seconds, I'm going to choose, let's choose Uswa next. Go ahead, Uswa.
Who's next?
Uswa, and then reset the timer to 1 minute, Mavali.
Okay, for me, today was a good day, just like the most of my days, simple and normal, nothing too extraordinary, yet still meaningful in its own way. And sometimes it's these ordinary days that bring the most peace because they remind us of stability and balance in life. And everything went smoothly, and I'm grateful for the little moments that made it better. And if I had to rate today, I would happily give it a 9 out of 10. Um, so it is.
Okay. And
Okay, I believe the next is me. My day actually started on a very low tone.
well, hold on, no. Uswa gets to choose who goes to next between you and San. Who's next?
Okay.
Who's next, Uswa?
Yeah, I just said to the Mawali for next.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Mobali. Yeah, nice.
Thank you, sir. My day started off on a very low tone where I woke up making the mid morning and I did my house chores and I had pretty little studies and I had a chance also to do this thing, like dynamic timer component in order to grab the situation very well. So I'd give it 7 out of 10.
Your friend choose the next person, Mobali, or you are the last.
Go for you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Very interesting. Today I woke up. I think we said this. Just a minute.
Don't forget to do the reminder to vote, Mavali. This is the last speaking turn on this cycle, and then we're gonna do a vote.
Planning Mobali's time a little bit, because a lot of time somebody should be relating something to me. Let's wait. In the meantime, yes. Today it has been an interesting day. I woke up. It's now evening in Kenya, so I woke up, and then it has been a day a little bit of challenges, but we keep going. The energy is still positive. Really appreciate. So far, so good. And out of 10, I'll rate my day to be 7. But I know there's more coming because it's still our time. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, we keep it rolling. Thank you. Now, after the settings, we're moving to the next. I'm not seeing any votes.
Really? Oh, okay, hold on. My bad. I'm gonna.
I think let's try to practice voting here.
Yeah, let's try and do a vote, you guys. Yeah. And instead of burning your time, you want to burn the fudge time between cycles. So I'll save you some time. Okay. Okay, so try and do a vote, you guys. And
You minutes to vote.
yep. And Mavali said he was an 8, right? And Uswa gave it. What did you give it? Uswa gave it a 7, I think she said. Okay. Okay, good job, Mavali. Okay. So we'll create another cycle timer. Create cycle 2 after you vote there, Mavali. And if you don't vote Mavali, that's okay. You're creating a timer. But Uswa and San, try and practice your voting.
Yeah, sure.
And you can vote ahead of time too. Like we could have did this a couple of minutes ago as well, but
Yeah.
we're getting faster. Okay, 30 seconds left to try and vote here. Great, San is done, and then Uswa.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to press your form button and try and vote?
Okay, sir.
Great. And we'll just give Uswa a couple more seconds. And then, like, if it was a real meeting, right, we wouldn't wait for her. We would just move on because people will start to get used to it. They get entrained, right? Once they recognize how the meeting flows, they'll get used to it. But almost there. And good job with the reminders, Movali. But you want to make sure to click on the cycle timer and run it. Okay, great. Okay. So you see that, right, San? So
Yeah.
yeah.
So what is the majority? I'm trying to figure out here. We have two votes for two minutes. Let's put it.
Well, it adds up for you. If you look, it says, and the final time is 1 minute and 20.
1 minute and 30 seconds. Nice.
Yeah.
So that's where Movali chips in and create a cycle for that.
Great job with the emojis, Uswa. And remember, try and practice the one principle of how to win friends and influence people, and try and put that principle in the chat, which one you choose to do. I really want to see that. You'll be the first one to do it properly. So if you try and do that, then you can really get that flow roll selected.
Should we be having a circle for the next rule? That 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, you should be setting cycle 2 Mavali to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it says 1 minute and 20 seconds actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, that
Right now, actually.
1.5.
Okay.
Yeah, you just gotta. It's set to 2 minutes right now. But cycle 2 should be actually the core. Because we don't consider the voting a cycle in itself unless we turn it into one actually. But it would be cycle 2 core, and then you would set the actual time to 1 minute and 20 seconds. So we'll wait for Mavali to practice that. And we got 44 seconds of fudge time left.
Yeah.
So maybe, and then if you run out of fudge time because you're the lead exec, San, you would just burn your time, or you can donate your time to the fudge time right now and keep it smooth.
Yeah, sure.
So try that as co-exec. Okay, Mivali's misunderstanding, but that's okay. You don't have to do a cycle for the voting itself, Mivali. So where you have it say cycle 2 votes, that's you can just put cycle. You know what? That's actually kind of smart what you did. Let's keep it. Yeah, go cycle 3 and then put core. Yeah, and then you guys can see why, like, if we hire a coder, we can actually code a platform that will do all this stuff more automatically. Or we can hire somebody to continue to do the code. There we go. Cycle 3, and then put core, C-O-R-E. And because you're the influencer and the communicator, Uswa, sometimes you can put that in the chat to really help communicate what we're saying to somebody. So if you just put cycle 3 core, like that, and then we'll press play, and then here we should try and do like kind of like it's kind of like this is the hard part. It's like we're still figuring out what we want to start with the newest person. And oh, Mavali donated 1 minute. I gotta prove it. Good stuff, Mavali. Um, actually, San should probably clicked on that. Anyway, it says that we all selected directive. I actually selected straight turn. Okay, press the reset button, San, to reset the votes, and then we're gonna just try and do. This is tricky because we want to start with the newest person, so it's not directive and it's not straight time. Well, it is directive. Let's try this. Let's say the relationship builder, whoever's in the room should know who's the newest person in the room. So you pick who's the newest person, and I'm the relationship builder. So in the chat, I'll say the newest person is probably Mavali. Um, newest person, and okay, so I'll type that in as the relationship builder. So then you, San, will go off that and say, okay, we're gonna do the next cycle, which is the core, and we're gonna start with Mavali. And Mavali, you can say what the core is if you know the script, and if you don't know the script, then you can say what you think the core of our movement should be about. There's a seconding, San. San, you have to second your own donation. If you're donating to Fudge time, you don't need a seconder for that, but I'll second it anyway. So check my name, I'll second it, and then you can just hit approve. I'm gonna select my name though. Oh, that's okay. Because we want to know who approved those, but that's okay. Okay. So why are we burning Uspo's time though? Yeah, exactly. Got it. Now we're getting somewhere. So did you press reset on the vote?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. It doesn't reset on other people's browsers, so it'll show up on yours properly, but not ours, but that's okay. Okay, so we're pretty much set to do the next, the core, and let's see how we do with the last 7 minutes. And this is where we might say something, San, we might say, okay, well, we're going to try and do the rest of the default itinerary by just doing what you think the core is, and then saying what you think the problem that we should solve, and if you have an idea to solve it, and then or we can just do a rating in the meeting. We can say, what is the core? How do you think we did in the meeting from 0 to 10, and what's a thing that can improve for next time? Let's try that. That's called a merge. So let's do a merge because we only got 6 minutes left. So we're gonna merge core and the feedback, and then I'm gonna say that I think San will let you pick the song because Uswa picked one last, and then I think Mavali even played one after you, so you're like the newest person to pick one. And then yes, put the song in the chat, San, and then we'll start with the newest person. Well, we'll start with you, continuing the default itinerary.
Oh, me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Am I the one to put the song? It's Mavali.
I think Mavali already had a song that he wanted to play before.
Okay. Very nice. Okay, so it's my turn to talk about the core, or what do I think the core is, or
No, you're the exact. You're gonna say, okay, we're done voting. Looks like we're going to be doing a version of directive, where we're gonna start with the newest person, and then the newest person is gonna choose the person they think is the next newest, and then the next newest and the next newest, and then yeah, we'll try it like that and see how it goes. This is the new time we did it, and then tell them to merge. You're gonna say we're gonna do a merge, guys, because we're only 5 minutes from the end of the meeting. So merge just means we're gonna get you to say what you think the core is, and then rate the meeting from 0 to 10, and then say one improvement for the next meeting that you think would make your experience better, and then after you're done all that, choose the next person that you think is the next newest. Let's try that.
Okay. Thank you. We are done with the voting, and we're moving ahead. We're moving to the next thing. And this we are going to do a directive. We start with the newest person, and then is what you talk about. You talk about what you think the core is. How he wants us to know so that you can also the meeting and do you think is the problem and you have the solution for that. What do you think? How can we approach the solution and all of this? So we start with Wavali being the newest. And then after that you choose the next person whom you think is the newest and to maintain that let's contextualize and match that into a string of information then we so welcome Wavali.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sun. The core project, I believe it's one word spirit. I cannot say that I'm proud exactly the exact words, but I believe it's something to do with the flow of the idealism between relationships between different people and how they relate in terms of their character, their sexual development, economic development, and even the political development. If I'm not wrong, because I Mr. Mark talking about how political classes are related to individuals also the other day. And also to ask me, I can say that okay, the meeting has been fine. Thank you. Also, the only thing we need to adjust is the way we conduct our time in terms of being exact on time. We need to be exact, and also I pass my regards to who's was the newest member. Thank you.
Okay, so the core of one word period stands for passion, which is about egoism, the problem, Megacrisis, and the solution is about to separate sentences, and then implementation of laurels and flows. So the core one, which is about Megacrisis, of 15 points, it's included Megacrisis, Megacrisis, Polycrisis, and then agency, love, meaning, spirit, coordination, trust, and the most consciousness and then AI, CRISPR, mental health, global war, climate, and the last one is universal logic. And the core two is about two separate sentences, which is one word spirit, meeting follow separate time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools, and content sentences, one word spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow state for all using universal logic. Now I have to unpack the blessing I like most in all of these. So if I like to unpack one blessing, I like to unpack the I think it's ninth chunk of level 4, the shade prime blessing, which is about philosophy of nature, and it's also have some points which is about mechanics, inorganic matter, and organic matter. Point and then watch for is organic matter because it shows spirit not only present but also breathing, growing, and evolving within life itself. Okay, so the next and last one is about implementation through florals and flows. Through florals that are executor, relationship builder, strategist, and influencer that we are in the meeting playing these roles. And the flow strategy is to reach out to 50 people we already know to get 37% success, and other to reach our blessings will be coding itself into 100% in next 6 months maybe and we will okay so it is thank you now it's up to you, Mark.
I have 50 seconds left. So wow, that was really great. So obviously, Uswa is not a new person. It should have went to San first, and then it would go to Uswa and then me. And but Uswa finished it. Whoever finishes the core like that, it's done. Now we can move on to the next part. But it is the end of the meeting, and so I'll just merge and I'll just say, yeah, that was the core right there. I agree with her. That's what we should be doing. That's how we solve the mega crisis, and we have the two solutions, and we have the implementation. We are the implementation in this meeting. We're doing it right now. We're being the change we want to see in the world, like Gandhi was saying. So I would give this meeting, like, we pulled it off. It was like not too bad. I would say we're still probably at a 4.6. Actually, if we would have got the server up and running, that was the only thing. So my recommendation is today, try and figure out how to get that command to work on your computer, San, and then same with you, Mavali, and then yeah, we can hopefully get that done by tonight's meeting faster or tomorrow. And don't forget to put your name in the spreadsheet for the flow rolls if you can, and that would really help. Okay, I think I'm done my turn, and we're at the top of the hour. San, I'll pass it to you, and then you can kind of close this out and put your song on. And Uswa will play the song because she's the co-influencer. And by the way, if you can put in the chat, Uswa, what is the one? How to win friends and influence people? There's a big list of 20 things there. Try and put one in the chat, and then try and embody it and tell a joke at the same time. See if you can do that while we're pulling up the song, or while he's putting a song in there. That's a lot for one person to do, but see if you can pull it off so I can give you the credit for all the rolls. Because like you'll earn like $9, like 3, 3, and 3. So that's 3 blessings, and that's $9. So that's pretty good for 1 hour. So if you can pull that off, though, you definitely already got $3 for sure for the main lead. Are you putting a song in the chat, son?
Oh yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Just I'm the one suggesting the song, yeah.
Yeah, you're suggesting it, and then you're also gonna say what you think the rating of the meeting is and what can improve for next time. Might as well do that since we got the core done.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. It's what I'm saying. I remember the units in photochemistry, but a scientist. The professor started talking about it's an illusion. Questions to answer. How can we do that? After analyzing that, they find out that we have ego wisdom and then find the problem. Because the problem is not even the problem itself. Most of the time, the problem is identifying the problem, and the problem is not knowing the problem. That's the biggest problem even compared to the problem. Now the solution and then the implementation. That's what's very nice. I would say the was perfect, almost perfection compared to the previous ones I've been attending. When you're getting there, and it's really becoming great. And that's my rate and my words. Every time I want to dedicate a song to month, but it's a song from
Okay. And Uswa, I added you to the back channel on WhatsApp, so that's where all of us are, where you can send messages about the meeting. There. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay.
It's a Christian song.
Oh, it's a great song. Yeah. Me, I'm more. What I say is I'm more Christian than a Christian, because we have to transcend ordinary Christian boundaries. Because what we call Christian today is not exactly what Jesus Christ meant like 2,000 years ago. We have a better. He meant universal logic, right? So we're gonna bring Christianity to its full spirit and be more instead of be less Christian. We're gonna be more Christian than what we consider Christian. Um, Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I just want to check in with Uswa one more time. So Uswa, when I say how to win friends and influence people, do you know what I mean when I say that? You do? What principle are you trying to embody here today? This is a tricky one for the co-influencer. I don't know if I see it in the chat, do I? There's 28 principles that you can choose. Uh, for some reason, this one's not clicking for people. It's hard for us to do this one. But if you go to the checklists, it gives a list of 28 items that you can embody, and then you can read up on them on how to win friends and influence people. And that's the most amazing book on how to make a really good environment. So, for example, if you choose Principle 6, you'll see that Principle 6 says, remember that a person's name is to that person the most important sound in any language. So what you can say is, you can say, wow, San is a really beautiful name. And you can give somebody a really great compliment about their name in the chat or even on your turn. And that means you're embodying that co-influencer checklist item. Okay. So Uspa, maybe try and do that. Try and maybe put in the chat a compliment to somebody's name, and then we can check you off. And then yeah, San put his name, his link in the chat, and we'll play the song, and you can introduce it, Uspa, in honor of him, and then. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Okay, Uswa, if so, San, if you want to just introduce Uswa as the main lead on the influencer, and then she'll change the green screen to your song, and then she'll DJ it by introducing you and saying, in your honor, you're gonna give it to me, but uh, she'll play it for you, and we'll be done.
Well, this song was dedicated to Mark. Yeah, amazing grace. Christian song. It's amazing grace from God. Everything we do and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So the DJ Yusuf, take it over, DJ.
It's all about emotions. That's what I said. Very business family. But if it's friendly, you can end up with it. But the other one, I still I do by one net.
Oh, we can't hear the sound, Uspa, but make sure to introduce it to San. Perfect. Okay, that's it. And then technically, if there's people that want to stay back, San, you would say we're in the after chat now. If you want to talk, you can talk. If not, you can go. This is not paid anymore. This is just for you as an individual. But if you gotta go, go. And thanks for coming. Me, I'm supposed to be cooking and getting ready for the courthouse, but I'm gonna leave a little thank you message and a little summary as the strategist in the back chat, just saying what happened for Nawaz. And once you guys start doing the strategist, you'll start doing that role too. But um, yeah, great job, you guys. We pulled it off, and then yeah, Son, if we can get that reset figured out, then tonight's meeting can be even faster and better. But excellent work. Okay, have a great day ahead, you guys, and I'm gonna head to the courthouse and wish me luck. And have a blessed day. Amazing Grace, and keep sublating. You too, Mavali. We'll see you next time, and hope we can get you to do a second roll. All right, guys. All the best. And then send me an update about what happened in the chat too, son. If you got the biochemical stuff and the bottom stuff going. All right. Peace. God bless. Ah, such beautiful souls. Oh, that was good. That was good. They pulled that off. Pretty pricey, but the blessings are getting done. And this is doing pretty good. This is ELM 78-1, I think. Son. Son. Swap. Oh no, I left the YouTube on. We played Amazing Grace. Well, hopefully that doesn't trigger copyright. Okay. It's 8:18. We're 18 minutes over. That's a lot. Okay. So that was Song was executive and the co-exec, and Mavali was the co-exec, and Uswa was the main lead, the main influencer, the co-influencer, and the co-influencer. Okay, we got a response back. Good. So it's 8:21. We're late. I'm feeling, I shouldn't be so hard on myself. I feel that if I go past 3 days, I don't want to go past 3 days on the eating stage because it makes a mockery of a hunger strike. But it doesn't matter. Like I could eat 10,000 calories and I'm not going to gain any muscle mass or any fat or anything like that. I can gain 1 pound of fat if I eat something like 10,000 calories. So I mean, in that sense, it doesn't. I'm so far in terms of starvation, it doesn't really matter if I eat for another half a day or have one more meal or whatever. But you're eating for half the week and you shouldn't be, and then going 6 days without eating. I gotta tighten that up. So anyway, all right. There's a lot happening. I gotta go to the courthouse. So I was gonna try and start cooking the Moroccan dish. Uh, then it would be cooking in the oven while I was at the courthouse. But if I get hung up at the courthouse, I don't want the food to burn, so I'm not gonna risk it. So I'm going to go to the courthouse now. I'm going to sort my legal documents. I'm going to have a little bit of something, I guess, to eat this morning. My stomach is still full. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bus early here. Make sure I have money on my card. The university's canceling not canceling, but like stopping my schooling. They're forcing me to graduate, basically. So I can't use my bus pass, which is what I was planning to use to get through today. So let's do that. I'm going to sort my legal documents. And if you guys want to see what my legal documents look like, I want to go while I still have strength. They look like this. Here's my affidavits. Here's one of my applications. This is my Supreme Court? Court of King's Bench, no. One of my exhibits. Another one that's filed. So a lot of stuff to do, but I have a binder here that should have my documents that I want. Put this. Okay, so if I go soon, then I don't have to wait for very long in the courthouse. So here's my fancy legal binder that I'm trying to keep all my applications straight. I have a lot, and I'm supposed to file 3 more. I actually have to construct one of them right now. I gotta find out who this person is. Okay. Use the washroom. Okay. Got no last thing. The dash. The shot. Okay. 8:35. We're still on good time. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the courthouse. Here soon. So excited. I just can't hide it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I love the show. Yeah. Okay. Done. Done. Not ideal, but good job. Okay. what am I looking at here? I got a call at 10 o'clock. I just realized in an hour. Dang it. Okay, I can take the hour to get the legal documents actually figured out where the heck they are. So I can't seem to find them. And I'm gonna have to reset the stream here in about 10 20 minutes anyway. Okay. My lips are all red. Okay. Darn it. I'm tired of having to walk over this cable. There. Now we're talking. Man, took me 10 seconds. I should have just did that. There. Oh, I'm eating a lot of peanut butter, but I need to get complete proteins in. Let's try it. So where's this peach? Mango peach. Okay. Pretty good. I'm so happy I set these timers. Mm. Taste. The big thing is I have to file the human rights complaint today. That's the big judicial review. Oh, we still have 7 minutes. Okay. My eyes are burning a bit. You can see I'm in my pajamas, trying to be comfortable. Good morning, TikTok. I should be resetting. Like I could be posting the streams. Oh, I gotta be posting updates. There's a lot of stuff I should be doing right now. That's okay. It's all going. It's better to have a lot to do than not enough. So, and we have to get the whole thing going. Solve the Megacrisis. Hmm.